Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast. My name is Jed, and today we are in the Jesus and Socrates book once again because it kicks so much ass. How much ass does it kick? It kicks all of the ass. Super cool book, super exciting, amazing potential promises to be solved by this book, questions to be solved, hopefully answered by this book. Super important implications for anybody learning to understand and wanting to share that understanding with their friends, their loved ones, and maybe even with the world, so we can move from belief-based thinking from our savage caveman evolutionary roots picked up in childhood with a fundamental false beliefs about ourselves and reality that are immune from changing with evidence and reason, that we even identify with, that mold our self-image and shape our lives and keep us fated to repeating problems, living a kind of tragic life with a tragic problem, causing tragic blind spots, ending in a tragic catastrophe. Oh, I shouldn't clear my throat so loudly into the microphone. So that's the pathologos belief that every human being has, and the cause of problems. How do we solve that? With understanding. With the dialectic, which is the structure of the logos, and the logos being the rational, intelligible order of reality. Hooray! So we can solve problems through understanding, and then we can use that freedom from problems to continue to develop our understanding to reach our highest excellence. We have been reading about the symposium and Socrates talking about what exactly is that highest excellence and how it's a combination of love and logos, and how we can map the progression to through love to experiences of higher and higher levels of beauty, bringing us through different cognitive functions, different ways of perceiving reality, and each stage of beauty that we're able to perceive and join with is reached through love and understanding to reach it, but also is developed after the experience with more understanding. Sprinkle some logos on top of that baby. Yeah, pretty neat. So, but the implications of that being, if we can therefore gain a universal, true, objective for everyone, not a matter of opinion or belief, understandable, hierarchical order of all human development and all, not just human, any intelligent species development, and nail it down with the 10 hypotheses of Parmenides, then we have what we need to move from human problems to the removal of them to human excellence through a way of being called philodianoia, the love of understanding. So what's the issue? The issue is humans aren't going to simply go along with that because, well, in order to understand a rational order of reality or a rational system of understanding, that requires rational cognition. To hear something, you have to use your ears. So that's the rub. That's the catch-22. If our evolution and spiritual and personal development is a movement from belief-based thinking, making sense of the world through imitation of others, believing other people's nonsense, to understanding, participating in reason, intelligibility, evidence, seeing it for ourselves, from what is loyalty to cave-like tribal thinking, caveman-like tribal thinking, to participating in what's true and universal and benefits everyone, is open to anyone, can unify our souls and unify our species. If that's our movement, belief to understanding, which has stages, then the recognition of that, as well as the apprehension of those stages, is understanding itself. Not only that, as an object of understanding, it's the best. Or at least it's pretty close to the best, or right up there, if not the best. In other words, it's the most meaningful thing that you can grasp with understanding. Meaning, if this is the continuum, to recognize there is a continuum requires you to be pretty close to the high end. But the whole point of that continuum is human beings are moving along that continuum, meaning not everyone is at that high end able to recognize there is a continuum. If there is an understandable paradigm, that requires understanding. But the paradigm shows us that we are not all understanding. We have various different ways of interpreting or misrepresenting or rejecting understanding, because that's our development. Necessarily. That's the catch-22 of solving human problems. The people solving human problems are themselves humans. Therefore, in the same problems they are trying to solve. That's the rub. Meaning, what we're seeing in the world, definitely, with extreme injustice, fascism, corruption, so on and so on, and what we see in our own lives, the way we treat ourselves, being blocked from our goals, and the way that most relationships play out, we see the supreme necessity for having a paradigm that we can insist upon in relationships, and also for political and spiritual leaders. Hey, no more anything goes bullshit, because what happens? The worst beliefs, the people right down the bottom end, who are the most cruel, the least caring for anybody else, will take over. If everything is equal, then the worst people take over. That's the world we live in 2025. We are being ruled by the worst because we do not insist on a paradigm that's true and understandable and universal and beneficial for everyone. So we are seeing, playing out in our lifetime, or playing out in history, a lack of a paradigm. But to have a paradigm that can be used to benefit all mankind is something that we have to understand. But the paradigm points to the fact that we are moving through that paradigm from belief to understanding, meaning most people are not going to simply understand it. They are going to reject it, sometimes with fierce, barbaric stupidity and violence. The worst human natures will surface to reject a rational, beneficial paradigm to help everyone's development. Therefore, we have to understand that. In fact, we have to understand not only the stages of cognitive development, or from belief to understanding, from ignorance to enlightenment, from savages to sages. Not only must we understand that paradigm of the stages, we must also establish the paradigm of the levels of rejection of those stages. How do we respond to those stages? How do we respond to learning that there are stages? It'd be nice if it was more like a computer. Not everyone in the company has to understand computing. Just get that one person who understands, the IT guy, to program it into everybody's computers and everyone wins. Hooray. Unfortunately, human souls are not computers. We all have to come along. We all have to learn. Now, ideally, we can recognize, oh yeah, well, that makes sense. We need to find the most open, generous, and dedicated to philosophy among us to be the IT guy for our soul, or be political and spiritual leaders. Currently, we have the worst of us doing those jobs because we do not insist on understanding. And every other profession, we insist on understanding. Want to be a mechanic? Got to understand engines. Want to be a pilot? Got to understand how to fly a plane. Want to be a surgeon? Got to understand how to do surgery. Want to be a politician? Nope. You can just be the absolute worst person in the world, and you can be a president, or a lobbyist, or a senator. Want to be a religious official? Yep. You can claim to speak for God and have any old dumb belief that harms everyone. Sexist beliefs? You gotcha. You betcha. Beliefs that justify literally ending the entire world? Yep. Fundamental to Abrahamic religions, especially Christianity? You got it. But hang on a second, isn't that the objectively worst thing? Yeah, it's the worst thing. Literally the worst thing a species can do to themselves and each other. Along with all the other things justified with beliefs, religion, and politics. Wealth inequality. Yep. Concentration camps for the poor people. Subjugation of 50% of our species, women. Oh yeah, big time, baby. All based on beliefs, all in opposition to understanding and truth. So, not only do we need to nail down the stages of development as we move from belief-based ignorance and savagery to understanding, which allows us to understand problems and solve them, understand our excellence and reach it, but we also have to nail down all the different ways of interpreting or responding to truth. For example, we have been learning in this book, amazing book, that one of the absolute worst or absolute best examples of one of the absolute worst ways of relating to truth is a guy who used to murder Christians for fun called Paul, who completely rejected everything Jesus taught and completely substituted his own terrible beliefs that made him better than Jesus, a better spokesperson for God, appointed by God, and he established the roughly 15 basic principles that we recognize today as modern Christianity. Including bringing the world to an end, which are many billionaires, politicians, leaders today believe bringing the world to an end is a great thing that we should be actively working towards. Yep. We've given these idiots the keys to the car. Where did that come from? Paul thought, yeah, all of these terrible people I hate in the world that I have actively stoned to death. Imagine that for a hobby, throwing stones at someone until they die. That guy wanted the whole world to end. What a jerk. So this idea of Armageddon, the idea of the apocalypse coming, and that's a good thing because Jesus will come back, comes from Paul. By the way, he said it would happen in his lifetime. So, proven wrong. Why do we still believe it? Aren't we interesting as human beings? So very, very important for us to recognize that and nail that down, because I don't think the church is telling us that part. So what were the other things that Paul added that wasn't said by Jesus? Let's review them because they're super, super important and relevant to what we're reading today. Because we need to recognize how different Paulinism is to Jesus' teachings, number one. We can use Paul as an example of one of the ways human beings relate to truth and rationality. We can see in Paul that the idea that has been said in the text that one of the root causes to human beings rejecting reason and understanding and care to become fiercely loyal to ignorant, harmful beliefs that are false is a fear of the mind and the fear of a rational approach to understanding enlightenment or the brilliant light of pure being. Can that brilliant light experience that many people have had, including Jesus and Socrates, can it be understood? Can we rationally understand reality? And can we ourselves experience it with the highest reach of our own mind? The fear of mind and the fear of rationality underlies this fierce loyalty to our earliest beliefs. And Paul gives us a good example. So we need to recognize that. Recognize all of the different ways human beings respond to truth so we can nail them down in a hierarchical order. So we don't just get mad or depressed or despondent that most human beings are still reacting negatively to what actually helps everyone, including themselves. I recognize, oh yeah, that's of course you're going to react negatively to new truth and rationality. In fact, the way that you respond will give us more information about where you are at in your development, so the best of us, the better people, can use their understanding and their desire to benefit to better establish where you are in your level of development. You're completely rejecting truth like Paul. Oh, you're right down here. Therefore, we're not going to blame you or feel depressed about the world and become nihilists, give up, develop a loser mentality for losers and just give up. No, we're just going to, oh, that's where you are. And just like a doctor, you've got a broken arm, that's where you are. But now we can respond to you appropriately through a paradigm of understanding used to benefit the subject, like medicine. In other words, if this is where you are, this is the next step for you to take. We don't just give you the keys to the nuclear arsenal and play out your extreme ignorance with nuclear Armageddon like we do today. That's fucking stupid. What we do is say, oh, this is where you're at. Okay, let's look at why you're here, for you to understand it. It's your development, and create the most ideal conditions in the world for your own self-reflection, to learn understanding and its self-reflection, to move from here to here. And then once you're able to get here, here to here, and here to here, here to here, like any system of learning or development. So we don't. So that's the idea. Learn the paradigm and learn human responses to that paradigm, which itself is another paradigm. And by the way, that paradigm of psychic development or cognitive development can be understood as a combination of love and logos. Our love, our desire for union with that which we perceive as beautiful can also be guided. Just as we were talking about, the best of us need to guide people who reject truth through higher levels of being able to see and assimilate and accept truth. So too, is there a guide for the truth? And we get that from Diotima and the Symposium. People can be led through reading the Symposium, which we do on this channel, to see higher and higher levels of beauty, systematically, step by step, into stages, through understanding from the guide, developing and understanding themselves, and being able to perceive beauty at higher and higher levels. And then when you're able to join with your loved object, your object of beauty, you can develop, put logos on it, develop an excellence. See one beautiful body and make beautiful speeches is one of the steps. Another step is to be able to perceive a beautiful soul. Love of beauty. Only soul, much better than body. And what do you do with that? Love and logos. Add logos, shared words that can make that beautiful soul better, improve, develop. So those are two of the stages through our human development, which is a union of love and logos that we can understand through understanding and verify in our own experience, moving us through stages of cognitive development. Isn't that neat? I think it's very neat. So that's what we want to have, that system. Oh, and by the way, human relationships. A loving relationship with your beloved mirrors that development. In fact, both people can puzzle about their differences while seeking that same model, the third member of the relationship, instead of trying to make the other person just like you or just like your pathologos beliefs, the cause of conflicts in relationships. Instead of that, both seeking that high excellence that's open to everyone. Therefore, a truly loving relationship based on a love that involves understanding can mirror our own individual development and can be, well, a journey. It can be itself the spiritual journey. Two people hand in hand, seeking that third ideal. Isn't that neat? Or we can listen to Paul and just murder everyone and not love anyone, not develop understanding, not move through cognitive functioning, just stay in the same stupid beliefs, believing him. I don't know. That's interesting. He wants people to believe him and believe that he is the best. He is the best, most special boy, closest to God, that God picked, and believe that we should try and kill everyone because maybe Jesus will come back and say that, oh, you're the best, Paul, you're number one. And he thought that would happen in his lifetime. So that's an alternative. We could do this. Develop actually genuinely loving relationships, develop through understanding, reaching higher levels of beauty and bliss together culminating in shared human excellence, fulfilling our purpose on this planet, and also preparing our soul for our journey beyond this lifetime. Love and logos. Or we could, just kill everyone who looks different, says Paul. Speaking of Paul, his terrible bullshit, harmful, ignorant beliefs is what we recognize as modern Christianity. So let's have a look at what those fundamental things are that makes people not really Christians as they think they are. They are actually Pauline. Number 1, Jesus was the only Son of God. Not what Jesus said. Paul made that shit up. He was a truly pre-existing divine being. Number 2, he died on the cross, and in doing so, he made atonement for the sins of mankind. Number 3, not only not true, but doesn't make any sense. How can you benefit from learning from your mistakes if some guy was human sacrificed thousands of years ago? Pretty stupid. His resurrection marks the beginning of a cosmic catastrophe. Oh yeah. A lot of terrible people with problems they've never looked at. A lot of bullied nerds with billions of dollars now. A lot of rich kid sociopaths trying to play out that cosmic catastrophe. Ending with the saved believers ascending to heaven and the rest of everyone else destroyed. What an interesting thing Paul made up out of nowhere. Death will be abolished. Demonic thought forces lose their power. What the hell are demonic forces? That's an interesting thing to make up. Jesus' resurrection, which didn't happen, was added to mark hundreds of years later. Not in the story of Jesus. It's said to place Jesus at the right hand of God, making him Lord and King. Jesus will return the clouds of heaven and redeem the saved and bring final judgment of man. From this time on, there will be no more suffering, sin, or death. What kind of a universe is that Paul is making up out of nowhere? From this time on, Paul believed that he would be present to experience this final end. So anybody who still thinks that this has any legitimacy, say, oh, by the way, the guy that made that up, Paul, it was supposed to happen like 2,000 years ago. So, it's past its expiry date. Don't drink the expired milk, we say to them. Although I have seen something about actually milk not still being okay to drink. So maybe use a different metaphor. Don't eat the spoiled meat. Like, it's wrong. Even if you did think this murderous sociopath, crazy asshole Paul is worth spending your life believing, he's demonstrably wrong. He said all this crap would happen in his lifetime. So, maybe don't hold blindly to belief-based thinking anymore and develop understanding like a good person. He also said that those who join his church, Paul's church, not Jesus' church, Paul's church, and follow the rituals of baptism and partake in the Eucharist will gain salvation after the resurrection, which, makes no sense. The saved will become sons of God and gain eternal life with Jesus in heaven. And it's a carefully crafted message that people are forced to repeat at church to lull them to sleep, so that everyone forgets what was said by Jesus and other people who had, a more rational, truth-based approach to learning. So that's modern Christianity, or really what it is, Pauline. Mark, of course, has stories of Jesus in which understanding is emphasized and not belief. Understanding the parables, understanding God so you can love God with all of your understanding, understanding others so you can recognize the one self in others, or understanding stuff. But, find a soul who is open, generous, and dedicated to the pursuit of philosophy, says Socrates. Welcome together the body and soul of such a person and cultivate a relationship through talks about excellence, about what a good person can be, ought to be, and do. And that kind of relationship can give birth to works that will rival even Homer and Hesiod. It's an alternative way of looking at reality. Okay, so that in loving one's beloved, one learns the way to the divine. So that kind of loving relationship is a path to our excellence and the divine. The mystery of love is not in loving sameness, for it is learning the meaning of difference that true loving is achieved. The person is going to be different to you in a beautiful way, which presents to us the mystery of the extremes, and we can find the meaning of being in the middle of those extremes. The relationship, the mean, love, the mean between the extremes of two different people. Which mirrors the purpose of the entire cosmos. Because finding the harmony in a world of extremes is the very goal of our intelligible cosmos. In this kind of loving relationship, you can show for each other and for anyone else the intelligibility of the cosmos and participate in a rational order. Through relating via the highest principles in human relationships. And in doing so, return to our source. And join in the most splendid, divine, radiant way of being, which itself mirrors the presence of the self. Sound like fun? I think so. So, much better than Paul's idea of just murdering everyone different from you and human sacrifice. Uh-oh. Okay, so two fundamental different interpretations of the teachings of Jesus. One from Mark, who seems to be more, or who provides the entire narrative structure of Jesus' life. The other people copied Mark. And there's Paul, who is a wolf in sheep's clothing, rejected everything that Jesus said and did, and just made up his own bullshit, modern Christianity. But did Mark get it right? The last time we looked at the some places Mark fell down. Well, and Mark also portrays Jesus as having some problems, of course, as well. First of all, Jesus made his teaching only to his inner circle. He made that pretty clear. But also, he picked people who weren't able to do it. They didn't actually solve the problem the puzzle he gave them, which was in the parables. So he gave them the parables, said you have to, what we've already established, he talked to the scribe and said, the kingdom of God is a state of mind that you are very close to because you value understanding more than beliefs. Jesus said to the scribe in the story that we get from Mark. So he said to his inner circle, you can have that state of mind, what I call the kingdom of God, if you understand the parables, and I'm going to give you the key. So made a few mistakes. He didn't share it with everyone. He picked people who weren't able to do it. And and as such, when Jesus needed these people who have been helping him, they turned away from him in his hour of crisis. So how could people who've actually gotten there run away and flee when their teacher needed them? And there are some accounts of parables. He said, hey, not only understand the meaning of me being able to feed the 4,000 and the 5,000, but also you have to understand the meaning of the leftovers, the debris. But they didn't understand that. They ignored that. Well, what was ignored and swept away now has meaning. It's the utmost for his followers to fathom. They failed to understand that meaning. He said, beware the leaven of the Herodians and the Pharisees. Don't know what that means, but neither did they. If the state of mind necessary to enter that kingdom rests upon understanding, then the meaning of parables, why did they need a savior? So if the actual thing Jesus said is state of mind through understanding by solving the puzzle of the parables, what's all this thing about needing a savior? That doesn't make sense. Okay, but where did Mark? So that's some things that Jesus missed the mark on. Where did Mark miss the mark? Well, apparently Jesus had a mystical divine luminosity experience, and out of that experience appeared Moses and Elijah, and they had a dialogue with Jesus. How come Mark didn't write about that dialogue? There's this whole thing about building 3 tabernacles on that spot. I don't know what that symbolizes. But then Jesus says, well, how come the church don't celebrate that? Is it not strange that none of the churches celebrate that transfiguration, divine luminosity experience by building those 3 tabernacles in their churches? Why are churches not celebrating the peak experience or the kingdom of God that Jesus had? Why have they rejected it and ignored it and not talking about it and said, oh, forget about that, just believe what we say and give us your money so we can blow up the world and subjugate women and murder people we don't like who have brown skin? Almost as if all people, even religious officials, are on that same human continuum of development from belief-based savage ignorance and harm to understanding-based thinking that can benefit all. Even if you wear a funny hat, you're on that continuum. Oh. Even if you've been given a title of priest or imam or rabbi or pope or bishop, you're a human being, then you're on that continuum. That's the meaning of a principle. It's true for everyone. You have a car, it's got an engine. You have a carburetor, it's going to be joined to the flanger. I don't know car stuff. Even if you're a rabbi, still have the carburetor. Even if you're an imam, still have the carburetor. Even if you claim to hear the voice of God in your head, still have a carburetor. That's what we all accept as true. Why do we not accept such principles for our soul? Because we're on that level of development. We're evolving the mean between the extremes. So why didn't Mark talk about that dialogue? Okay, so the story of Jesus comes from Mark. So let's have a look at that story. We have a development of Jesus culminating in that divine luminosity experience, but what happens after it? Lots of people have had that experience. What happens after? Because as Socrates says, we have to, after any major experience, including that light one, we have to dwell upon it and draw conclusions from it. Did you just see the face of Allah? Did you just see Mother Mary? Did you just get a justification for your stupid beliefs from your childhood? In other words, having a great experience isn't the same as understanding it. And it's not the same as removing the beliefs that cause your problems. In fact, what happens to some people, now they have boosted confidence in their old bullshit beliefs. Wow, I'm the chosen one, just like Mummy and Daddy told me. And that's what we see exactly happening in the Jesus story. After he has that experience, he then what does he do? The drama shifts. He then purposely acts out an old prophecy he got from his religious beliefs growing up. Oh! Almost as if having a divine experience isn't the same as going through midwifery to remove your false beliefs. In fact, he seemed to be more attached to his ignorance after this experience. Accepted the title of being son of David. Claimed to be the king of Israel. Tried to usurp the power of Pontius Pilate, which was treason. And then ended up by the plaintive cry on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me?" So, really getting right into his family drama. Met anyone like that? Someone who all of a sudden have a bit of power? Maybe they've been bullied for a long time. Maybe they grew up in their religious stuff but haven't been really into it. But all of a sudden they've been thrust into a position of power. All of a sudden they're getting Instagram famous. All of a sudden they're juiced up at the gym and got muscles now. All of a sudden they've got $1 billion tech empire. All of a sudden they've got a comedy podcast that reaches millions of people. Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, alpha male douchebags, Jordan Peterson famous dudes, right-wing media people funded by Russian politicians. All of a sudden they have this power, or have had this experience, or have this fame. Then they become super fascist. All of a sudden Jordan Peterson can't stop talking about his religious beliefs from his upbringing. All of a sudden these billionaire tech guys want to blow up all the bullies and implement a giant surveillance state. all of a sudden Donald Trump wants to murder all the brown people like his racist KKK upbringing. In other words, when human beings get that power of whatever kind, they become heavily invested in their beliefs. Why? Well, because they don't have understanding. How can you be a cosplay as a big, strong Noah without any knowing? How can you all of a sudden be a voice of a generation? How can you be president of the world? How can you be billionaire deciding the fate of the world? How can you be the voice of podcasts and be a big, strong, wise guru when you don't have any fucking wisdom because you've never done philosophy and midwifery? You don't have understanding. You've never removed your beliefs. So what makes you so smart? To be the best mechanic, you're going to have to get rid of all your false beliefs about how engines work, develop an understanding of how engines work, and put it into practice to verify your understanding in real experience. That's how you become the foremost authority of engines, and unless you're that, Ferrari won't hire you to be the head mechanic of their Formula One race car. It's just that simple. But these guys haven't done any of that shit, but everyone wants to be the guru. Everyone wants to cosplay the Noah. Whether it's old mate at the gym who's now juiced up and has some muscles, whether it's Elon or the other Alpha Bro podcast bullshit artists, red pill nonsense muscleheads, whether it's all of these bullied tech oligarchs with billions of dollars, whether it's these super corrupt businessmen who've bought politics, or whether it's these schemy, religious, manipulating Netanyahus or Putins of the world who all of a sudden had political power, is the exact same fucking story. No understanding and knowledge, so they just go back to the old beliefs they got from childhood. For Jesus, it's the story about the chosen one playing out the story of the man coming in on a donkey being the chosen one of the son of David, who then becomes king of Israel. The passion story. Yeah. Obviously, if you have power of some kind, be it an experience or any kind of power, the whole point of philosophy is to get it through understanding, reflect on it with understanding, and cultivate an excellence of it via understanding so you can integrate it in a healthy and just way, function through it to benefit yourself and others, but also go beyond it. It's not the end of the thing. As we saw in what Socrates was saying about love, the highest experience is the beginning of the development of true excellence, because you haven't reached the self yet. So the experience with understanding is needed for wisdom or knowledge. Otherwise, you're just a cosplayer. You're just a pretender. You're playing out a charade. Like every fucking human being who hasn't gone through philosophical midwifery to discover the unsuspected false beliefs of from childhood, and who hasn't done philosophy to develop an actual understanding of knowledge. That's why the paradigm that we must insist on for every person with billions of dollars or any political or spiritual influence is Philodianoia, the way of being and the paradigm based on understanding. Of course. And Philodianoia, or understanding, functions through midwifery to remove false beliefs, and also the development of understanding to reach nous, intelligence itself, not copying mummy and daddy, Musk, Rogan, Trump, Netanyahu, Peterson, you name it, Alpha Bros, right-wing scammers. No, not that. Knowledge doesn't come from imitating the cruelty and injustice of our parental figures. No, understanding comes from the intelligibility, the rational approach to, the rational understanding of pure intelligence, or the divine light of the realm of being. That's metaphysics, the study of the realm beyond physics. Being. That's true philosophy. But again, just as Jesus had Paul completely shifting the teachings of Jesus to the opposite, in philosophy, from Socrates, we have Aristotle. Modern philosophy isn't studying of the intelligible through understanding, dialectic and logos. To apprehend it, to derive the principles that are true for everyone and benefit everyone, and also to go beyond it. That's not philosophy. Philosophy is debating opinions and beliefs. The exact opposite. Because we listen to Aristotle and not Socrates. Again, Socrates laid out the intelligible order, but human beings are at different levels of that order, which means they will respond to that paradigm in various different levels. Plato didn't get it right completely, and Aristotle got it completely backwards. And that's who we use as our model of philosophy, Aristotle. So if you come across a YouTube podcast or, no, not podcast, YouTube channel or video about philosophy, 99% of the time it's going to be Stoicism. The language of metaphysics applied to the physical world. Courage is being a tough guy when you pay your bills. That kind of stuff. Aristotle. Just like if you meet a Christian, they're not following the teachings of Jesus, they're listening to Paul. Why? Because to see without interpretation is understanding, because our interpretation comes from beliefs. But understanding without interpretation is the goal, meaning we don't start by actually listening to Socrates or Jesus. We start right down the bottom with the opposite. That's the extremes. We are between the extreme of the complete opposite of what Socrates and Jesus said to eventually, hopefully, the best of us, maybe one day all of us, making that journey to the other extreme, the truth. Okay, so the actual story of Jesus is from Mark, and it plays out this drama, which is similar to a tragic hero story. Tragic blind spot. But actually it's worse. It's worse than a tragic hero. By the way, someone who had that same transfiguration, divine luminosity experience and did reflect on it with understanding and didn't just jump right back into his early childhood religious beliefs like Jesus is Parmenides. He experienced the revelation from the goddess and framed his understanding of its meaning and called it his hypothesis. And we have that. That's his first hypothesis. Of himself, from himself, the one self. So the difference between the Jesus story, making it worse than a tragic hero, is at the end, the hero of the tragic hero is brought to a realization that he created his own suffering. He ignored what he should have redressed through midwifery, and so at some point during the tragic hero story, someone comes along, a Gandalf figure.
You're a wizard, Harry.
and says, hey, this is your problem. Hey, Oedipus, look at this, and don't do this. And Oedipus says, screw you, I know better. Ever met a believer? Someone who's entrenched in their belief and doesn't want to learn, not curious, not open-minded, would rather cosplay the knower as an alpha bro meathead or whatever? Yeah. What do they say? I know better. So they haven't reached that first stage of cognitive development, openness or philosophical ignorance or being stung. Realizing they don't know what they thought they know, open and curious to learning. The first stage of the 4 stages you go through in the development of love and logos to your goal, destiny, your highest purpose. So the tragic hero says, I know better. I'm not going to listen to your supernatural aid. But at the end of it, at the story, he realizes, oh my God, I ignored what I should have addressed. So that's what makes Jesus' story different. He didn't. He blamed God. So worse than a tragic hero. Mark is not a tragic tale, but a pathetic tale. Could have been avoided. Okay? The tragic hero ignored things of his past that he could have attended and dealt with. Man forgets what he should remember and remembers the trivia he should forget. Oh, and by the way, there's tragic stories is mythology. So your understanding of the human journey, the universal quest of man, from belief into understanding, from savage to sage, you can tell a story about, that you can share with people, that they can reflect upon and maybe see themselves in, so they can be shaken by the consequence of ignorance and stand in horror at what could have been avoided in your story. That's mythology. The new way of being, the paradigm, is philodianoia, love of understanding. Philosophy, understanding nous, the truth. Midwifery, removing our false beliefs. Dream analysis, understanding the messages you get from your dreams for help in those things. And mythology is the 4th thing. You can make your own tragic tale. And maybe it can be a story that can last 1,000 years and rival the works of Homer and Hesiod. So I encourage you to do that. Okay. The drama of a tragedy has a reversal of fortune. Reveals past forgotten or unsuspected acts of violence, but the consequences play out their drama with deadly accuracy. The final self-inflicted violence upon the hero is played out before the audience. It is known to all that the fundamental error in judgment had the error in judgment been avoided, there would have been no tragedy. So I think that's called the catharsis, maybe. It's been a while since I had a look at those names, the fancy names for these aspects of the tragic story. So if we can map the story of Jesus from Mark to all of the stages of the tragic hero, except the revelation at the end that his problem could have been avoided if he had reflected on what he ignored, making it not a tragic tale but a pathetic tale, then it could serve to create a new religious image of man. We could fundamentally understand the actual story of Jesus from Mark in a way that can serve beneficially as mythology. This is what happens if you ignore your fundamental belief-based thinking from childhood and you don't reach or you don't apply understanding to your highest experiences. Your false belief will just use whatever power you have now to play out the violence and injustice with deadly accuracy, predictable deadly accuracy, playing out your fate. Therefore, the responsibility for every single human being is to do philosophical midwifery to remove your beliefs. In doing so, you're learning understanding, and then once free of beliefs, you can cultivate that understanding, leading to your own divine vision, entering the kingdom of God. But also, every experience like that has to be reflected on with understanding. Good thing you've been developing it along the way. Good thing you've been learning it through midwifery, to take that experience and cultivate not your tragic or pathetic fate, but reach your highest purpose, excellence, or destiny. That can be the new religious image of man. Pretty cool. Everyone can win.
It's a win-win. A win-win-win. A win-win-win. A win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win. Pretty neat. How cool is this book, by the way? By the way, everything we've just defined, is this book a demonstration of it? Is this an artful representation of a story between people, Jesus and Socrates in heaven, or a mythology that addresses the fundamental false beliefs about the teachings of Jesus by addressing its cause, Paul? And then, having been freed from those 15 tenets of Paul, are we able to use that freedom to then cultivate an understanding of the actual teachings of Jesus through Mark? And in doing so, craft a new, beneficial, universal principle through that story, removing false beliefs and cultivating true understanding that can benefit everyone? Is this book a demonstration of that highest kind of mythology? If so, we would say this book kicks all of the ass. Kicks so much ass, there is no more ass left to kick. If you see some ass that is unkicked, then you haven't read this book, because there is no remaining ass to be kicked after you see how much this book kicks all of the ass. That's the blurb on the back of the book, by the way. I think I've decided in the new publication. Quote from Awakening Philosophy podcast. All of the ass has been kicked by this book, as is how much ass this book kicks. If you see some unkicked ass, you haven't understood this book. Read the book again. Quote, Awakening Philosophy 2025. We can add a new forward in the, new introduction forward at the start of the book. You can have that. Do you get royalties if you've written a forward? Anyway. Pretty good. Pretty good book. It's a pretty good book. So, it shows a masterful grasp of principles, and if Mark used them to craft his work, then it would be crafting the drama artfully. It does serve to create a new religious image for man. It has been understood to be the death of the hero. It ushered in a new role for the sage as one abandoned by the divine. His ignominious death is interpreted by Paul to be God's sacrifice for man's sins. However, I must say it depends on the several points you have surfaced. So, we either gain an understanding of the stages that all human beings go through without midwifery, without applying understanding to our highest experiences, or we believe Paul and have this religious image of people as pathetic, abandoned by the divine, no role for our own enlightenment, no role for our own development of understanding, just blind, stupid believers playing out pathetic lives. That's Paul, modern Christianity. So, your homework. Go out, find a Christian and tell them this. Of course, I'm joking because if they are Pauline, modern Christians, then they have been taught their whole life to fear and reject goodness, rationality, intelligibility. So telling them the truth might not work. Until, of course, we can understand all of the different ways people interpret truth, and we can artfully navigate their own ignorance. We don't want them to be a pathetic hero. We don't want them to reject completely what you say and then go on to live a life of suffering and violence, culminating in their tragic, predictable end. We want to be a good influence that allows them to reflect on this very issue so that they can become a genuine philosophical hero. So if we listen to Paul, though, failure is actually victory. We take that death of the hero, it ends the sage as the ideal. And a new image, a new ideal is put forward, that of the MAGA believer in ignorance. However, I will always wonder, says Socrates, what it means to sacrifice. For man's mistakes, faults, and errors, and maybe even his sins. For my own philosophy, it is only possible to grow if one has the courage to discover why one has faltered or been wrong. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Toast is broken. Find out what caused the fault. You want to grow as a human being? Have the courage to reflect on why you've messed them up. It is an opportunity to discover why the error was made. So all problems become puzzles. Life isn't tragic suffering. Life is a Sherlock Holmes game of wonder and reflection, because every puzzle or every problem is actually a puzzle because it's now an opportunity to discover why the error was made. Isn't that neat? No need to beat yourself up. No need to beat up your children. No need to genocide the Palestinian children. No need to starve the non-billionaire children. No need to imprison the black children. No need to enslave the foreign children. No need to genocide the immigrant children. You don't need to address problems in that way. We can make them puzzles or wonderful opportunities for insight and growth. Every problem is an opportunity to discover why the error was made, which is necessary for growth, but requires courage. Pretty neat, huh? Kinda obvious when you say it out loud. So who's going to argue with that? No, I think we should still starve children to death. I think we should put some children in cages. I think we should still have people starving and not having a house to live in. Who's going to argue for that position? I'll tell you who. Only the people who think they get to be the one inflicting the suffering. I can't believe Trump took away my healthcare services and my access to food and my access to housing and my job. I voted for him because I thought I'd get to feel like a big strong person when I inflicted the suffering on the other people. I voted for the face-eating leopard party and they ate my face. That's right, the only people who would argue in favor of that, people who have the sickness of belief-based thinking and think one day they can be the ones to inflict the suffering. In other words, they haven't addressed their family pathologos and they want to one day be mummy and daddy inflicting the same bullshit they suffered because they haven't reflected on them. They're still believing mummy and daddy to be good and wise and knowing. This belief-based injustice and sadism is because they want to pretend their mummy and daddy were good and wise and loving when they inflicted it upon them. That's why, for fascists and right-wingers, cruelty is the point, so long as they do it. Elon didn't like being bullied when he was a kid, but by fuck is he bullying everyone now that he's got some power. Donald Trump didn't like being abused when he was a kid by his KKK asshole father. Shouldn't say that. Assholes serve an important function. Son of a jerk. But now he's got power. Is he just imitating his father's way of being? Same for Meathead at the gym. Same for Alpha Bro Joe Rogan guest. Listen to all of the comedians. Well, they're not comedians. They are, I don't know, weird cult members that go on Joe Rogan's claiming to be podcasts or whatever. They all say, oh yeah, I became a comedian because I was bullied. But you know what I like now? Bullying the others, bullying the trans people, bullying the gay people, calling people the R word. Now I can be a bully. Instead of midwifery. Going back to those scenes and actually addressing them in a way that you didn't do when you were young. Oh, actually, mummy and dad, that was unjust and wrong. You're copying the injustice from your parents and so on in a family tradition that's a family curse in mythology that goes all the way back to caveman days. It's wrong that you did it to me and tried to crush my light, and I'll be fucked if I'm doing it to anybody else, because I don't want to crush the light. Apprehending the pure light of self is the point. It's the culminating experience for human beings, for philosophers. And I'm not going to accept your bullshit beliefs that are wrong, because we have to apply understanding, not beliefs, to that divine light. Otherwise, we have a pathetic life like Jesus, the pathetic hero. I'm not going to squash my light. I am going to experience the highest light of pure beauty and being. And I'm not going to accept belief. I'm going to apply understanding and rationality to that experience so I can develop excellence, because it's the fucking meaning of life. Literally, every human being, that's their purpose. That's why we say it's the destiny of man. Not just your purpose or my purpose, for everyone, every sentient being. And we have that story in Mark. Well, we have the warning of if you don't do it, if you go back to imitating parents like Joe Rogan and Peterson and Musk and Bezos and Trump and Netanyahu and all Hitler and all of those assholes, all of those terribly ignorant people just like Paul. That's the tragic, that's the beneficial understanding of the tale of Jesus from Mark. But we would also need another story, another mythology of somebody going through the process of speaking up to our earliest teachers, having that divine luminosity experience, and then understanding it to develop human excellence. We have that story in the Iliad. That's the story of Achilles. So long as you're reading the Balboa translation where the actual words are put in and you're not reading some terrible translation. So we got two really neat stories. Mark, story of Jesus, the warning of the pathetic, and Homer's story of Achilles in the Iliad. Isn't that neat? I think it's neat. I think it's pretty cool. Like, if we were to be an ambassador for other alien species, we wouldn't come over. You had about like missionaries that go to other cultures they consider savage. And they come over with these holy Bibles. And they say, oh, we're doing a ministry. You are a savage, and here is a book that can make you more evolved. By the way, believe that there was this guy, right? And what he did, right, is he blah, 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 and believe it. And then Jesus will come, and then everyone will die. That is stupid. And unjust and mean and cruel, unfair. Whereas if we were to be an ambassador to a culture or an alien species, we could have the book of Mark along with the Iliad and say, hey, look, here is a story of if you do not address your beliefs from childhood and you do not apply understanding to your highest experiences, the pathetic tale of Jesus through Mark. Here's a story of if you do challenge your teachers, even if your teachers were gods. So imagine the courage Achilles had to do. Even if you were the worst person making the worst mistakes, Achilles at the beginning of the book. Here's what happens if you do dream analysis and you do challenge your earliest teachers and you do have a divine luminosity experience, which Achilles had on the battlefield, and you do apply understanding to it afterwards to develop excellence, and then can function through it to be a beneficial leader to everyone, which is the end of the Iliad. That would be being a good ambassador to an alien species. Is that interesting? I hope you find that interesting. I find that fascinating. We have what we need. Anyway, let's keep reading. So, every problem is a puzzle because it becomes an opportunity to discover why the error was made. The act itself must have begun in belief. So the act, our problem, begun in believing. So if we do become a rational person and actually reflect on the cause of our mistakes, you will discover that the act began in dun dun dun.
I'm too pure.
In believing. Believing. What did you believe when you first made the mistake? You believed, make it pink, that one was justified in doing what you were doing. Yeah, it's right that I do this. I'm right in setting up Peter Thiel do? Setting up a AI drones to murder anyone I don't like. Of course I am. What is Netanyahu? Oh, I'm justified in murdering all the Palestinian children, starving them to death, bombing all the hospitals, murdering all the reporters. I'm justified. Because God said we are chosen and I get to do whatever I want because I'm the best boy ever. Mummy and Daddy said so. Trump. We don't have to keep giving examples. Hopefully by now you've seen it in everyone. It's a human thing. Anyone with power who hasn't learnt midwifery and hasn't developed understanding to their highest power, it's pretty black and white. Justified, but also it goes back to our what we've been learning of the pathologos in our reading of the midwifery book. The origin scene to our pathologos, or the injustice, the worst thing parents do is acting out an injustice, an insult to the self, an insult to your self goal, mind, reasoning, a crushing of the self, a playing out of that injustice while acting as if you were justified. That's the origin scene. Playing king priest when the child was doing good. That's the thing. It's not trauma. It's when you were doing well. Crushing that in some way while acting as if you're justified. Which is also one of the difficulties with sharing with your loved ones what you learn when you go through it. Hey, I've learned how we can solve. You know how we're a miserable family? We have all these problems. Grandma got cancer and you got cancer. You have this physical illness that seems to be, you know what the cause of it is? It's a belief we carry. You know how we always have these problems or difficulties or conflicts? We've all been blocked from goals. You know how we don't have a fun time at home? Well, all we got to do is sacrifice this fucking cosplay of being king priest when we crush each other in this kind of way. What's the difficulty? They will say, no, screw you. I get to do it to someone else now. I'm justified in doing it. I'm justified in doing it. I'm justified in doing it. I've got a right to do it. Who are you to say how I can parent my kids? If I want to beat my kids, it's my right. Slavery. If I want to beat my slave, it's my right. Capitalism. If I want to beat my employees, it's my right. Fascism. If I want to beat the immigrants or if I want to genocide the Palestinians, it's my right. Based on what? Will it happen to me? I get to do it to someone else. That's it. Just ignorant, baby-brained, mush-brained, fucking cruelty. Stupidity. That's it. I get to do it because it was done to me. I had to stomach all of this evangelistic preacher bullshit growing up in my Sunday school. I want to be the preacher. I want to be the cool pastor. I want to be the bishop. I want to be the one getting to do it other people. Believing we are justified in acting out what we were doing. Gotta find that. Taking the step of interpreting the death as the ideal of sacrifice and the model for understanding renders the understanding of that event impotent, since a saving God didn't save his son. What's the point of even understanding that? Because God didn't save his son, so what's the point of doing anything? Impotence. Understanding is impotent. If we believe Paul's crap. Or, yeah, and not understand the story as what it really is, a human story of the human experience of what happens if we don't develop philodianoia.
We're gonna engage in design. I can't walk on the design. The more, the better.
That's where you live. You weirdo. Cool. That's you.
So, Jesus enjoyed the way that Socrates brought it all together. So did we. Give it a round of applause.
Wow.
Jesus gave us all of those particulars, and Socrates was able to go from the parts to the whole. To go from the particulars to the meaning. Now, here's where we are. The last piece to look at, says Socrates, is the idea of Son of God. Affirming or denying this fundamental claim from Paul has many consequences. Is it not an important issue to review with care? Is Jesus the Son of God? What does that mean? Did Jesus say it? Huge implications. Let's jump in. That's where we are. Bring in our characters. Here they are. The last piece, Socrates, the last piece to look at is the idea of the Son of God. Affirming or denying this claim has had many consequences, has it not? Is it not an important issue to review with care? You are correct, says Jesus. Consider that the rejection of the title, the only Son of God, which was assigned by Paul. This Paul again, my goodness. He seems to be getting into all sorts of mischief, doesn't he? Oh, you Paul. That's what we say of Paul.
Don't be disgusting.
Don't be disgusting. And later by John's gospel, so remember, John saw the difference between Mark and Paul, and for some reason decided to save Paul and mix that in. So we could call that the kind of wolf in sheep's clothing interpretation, or we could call it the patchwork. Take the narrative of Mark as a little bit of a patchwork and patch it up to justify Paul's terrible horse shit. So it's highlighted and reversed in Mark. To make his point, Mark has a Roman gladiator at the crucifixion scene viewing my death on the cross and says to all that there is a Son of God, not the Son of God. Surely as it is known, the church translators, okay? You know, we don't often read the text. We often read other people, all their different stages of interpretation and ignorance and harm. Translators. This is why it's so important to read the Balboa translations, because you can get the Greek yourself. The church translators switched the term a to the. Oh, what? What a thing to do. I've never heard the church do anything bad before. What are they doing? Unless, of course, there are human beings, in which case, unless they're doing midwifery as a way of being and developing dianoia, then whatever power they have within the church, within society, they're going to be using it to do injustice. Oh yeah, there's a rich history of that in the church in all different ways, isn't there? Oh, Here's one we can add to the list. Switching the term A to thee. Naughty, naughty translators. Naughty, naughty, naughty. Say 10 Hail Marys and then don't fix your problem. I mean, screw the Hail Marys, fix the problem and find out why it was... Anyway. They switched the term A to thee, making it into a singular and signifying the one and only. Speaking of spam, nowhere else in his gospel is the title accepted by Mark. Wait, where are our characters? Good call there, Jesus. And how did Mark conclude this masterful rejection of Paul? The crowning rejection of Paul lies in the ending of Mark's gospel. The last scene is at the opening of the empty tomb. Yes, the youth did say that he had risen, but is that evidence that he entered heaven? He left it at that. No evidence of resurrection. And no post-resurrection appearances before his inner circle. The last 12 verses that include post-resurrection appearances were added to his gospel several hundred years after the gospel was written. Surely a human being trying to get complete control over everyone and all of the resources and gets to think that they speak for God and they're the specialist boy. Surely such a person wouldn't lie. Surely the people wanting to start a church which has subjugated the entire fucking world and murdered millions of people for hundreds of years, surely they wouldn't lie. The people who burned down the libraries and murdered the philosophers and shut down the academy and said, you must not understand, if we catch you reading a philosophy book, we'll kill you. If we even catch you reading this book that you're supposed to be believing, we will kill you as well. It's not for you. Do as you're fucking told, as we completely act out the worst kind of terrible, terrible behavior on everyone. Surely those people wouldn't lie. Surely they were magical human beings with no problems, and they were magical saints who started the church. Oh no, wait, they did lie. They added all of that stuff, the last 12 verses, several hundred years, and they said, oh, by the way, Mark said that, and then we found out they were lying. We found out, oh, naughty. You lied to us. Easter is a lie. Imagine that. All the chocolates and things is just propaganda for a lie. Easter Bunny is just a propaganda for a lie. My stars. How could people who have murdered and ushered in the Dark Ages and killed millions and millions and millions of people do propaganda? Mark's gospel was the first, and the other gospels that followed tried their best to modify and change what Mark had done. But it is still there to be seen. To avoid what is obvious, that the church taught Paul and supported this fabrication with quotes from other gospels, for if they couldn't save Paul, there would be no church for believers. There goes all their money. There goes all their raping. There goes all of their sadistic murdering of people who look different from them. There goes all of their exploitation. There goes all of their, even today, see the people, oh, it's the Pope. Oh, you're the best Pope ever. You're the best. It's the Pope. Oh my God, you're the best. You're the number one best boy of all of the best boys. God picked you to be the best boy. We love you. Here's all our money. You can murder anybody. Even today, with the internet. Can you believe it? Avoided what was obvious? Was their goal. What was the church trying to do? Church was trying to avoid what was obvious. Don't give it pink, give it blue, nasty blue. Oh, that doesn't work. Good. The church taught Paul. Wow, what a thing to do. What a thing to teach. And they supported the fabrication. Wow, what a... The more I hear of this church, the less just they seem to be. Let's remove that. Remove that. With quotes from the other Gospels. Oh, did they really? Did they really? You mean the ones who copied and changed it? Huh. For if they couldn't save Paul, there would not be a church for believers. You know the thing that causes human problems? Belief-based thinking, subjugation to ignorance from authority. Yeah. They wanted to keep that. So, you know, I think religion's a good source for. I don't believe in it, but I think religion's a good force in the world. Says debate bro. No, I shouldn't say that. Says debate bro morons. Says the average Joe on the street. I think religion's a good source for morality. Yes, completely lying to people, teaching the opposite, making stuff up to prevent our development from belief to understanding, to subjugate people, oppress women for thousands of years, murder millions and millions and millions of people, yes, and give all their money away and completely screw over everyone. I think it's a good source of morality. Hey! Welcome, Reeve. We are just realizing, how's it going? Debate bro Reeves. Nah. I caught myself before I used a nasty word. Debate bro jerks often say that religion could be a source of morality. When what we're realizing is, hey, the story of Jesus is from Mark. He didn't say that Jesus said he was the Son of God. The word was a Son of God. And there was no evidence of any resurrection of Jesus. All that Easter stuff, not there. But then this church came along and they added these 12 verses hundreds of years after and lied to us. And they changed what Mark said, lying to us. To avoid what was obvious, they taught Paul, the guy who gave us those 15 principles that are not said by Jesus. And they supported this fabrication with quotes from other Gospels, because if they couldn't save Paul, there would be no church for believers. Which is interesting, because this blind belief in their authority is what they've been using to justify ignorance and oppression and subjugation and murder and torture and just collectively the absolute worst things human beings can do to other human beings for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. So people today who say, oh, I think religion gives you morals, couldn't be more wrong. It's the exact opposite of morality. It's immorality. Belief and not understanding. Not just belief in the absolute worst fucking people ever. murdering you for being a woman, murdering you for reading a book, even your supposed holy book, murdering the philosophers, shutting down the academy, burning the libraries, torturing people, the crusades, genocides. Even to this day, hoarding all the wealth instead of creating an equal society where there's no poverty and suffering. Jesus fucking Christ. That's your source of morality? Isn't it interesting that all of our teachings at this point of history is the exact opposite of the truth? Aristotle is the opposite of Socrates. Paul is the opposite of Jesus. What we say is we should tolerate because morals and ethics is the opposite of morality and ethics. Thus, the significance of what we're doing here, learning how to address the source of our blindness and ignorance, and learning how to develop understanding. If you don't do that, we have a story of the pathetic hero, Jesus, who also didn't examine his beliefs in the story of Mark. We also have the story of a true hero, a philosophical hero in Achilles and Socrates. That's a truly fine analysis, Jesus. Your adaptation has the depth and integrity that naturally springs from you. As Mark would have it, your actions follow the book, the scriptures. Remember, after his divine luminosity experience, he went back to his old beliefs and followed the prophecy of the son of David, while I follow my divine voice. Daemon. One of the big questions that we have been carrying for this whole series is, what exactly is the daemon, and how do we listen to our good daemon and solve the puzzles being presented to us by our inner critic, or the kaka daemon, the bad daemon, the voice of the pathologos? If we have an inner voice guiding us, how do we listen to it? My way was risking in action what was framed both by my practice and my meditation, and tempered by my inner voice. Risking in action, what was framed by his practice, his meditation, and tempered by that inner voice. While yours was well known and carefully set out in steps and stages that you tried to imitate after your divine luminosity experience. Practice, meditation, listening to an inner voice, risking it in action, whereas Jesus' game was to follow the carefully set out steps from his childhood. Religious beliefs. After our journey, we were concluding that Paul's theology began as a new form of the core beliefs of Judaism. And whether or not we agree with it, we can say that it is a way of understanding ultimate concerns. So while it is not your kind of philosophy, well, it's a philosophy for the many. Yes, we have understood his theology, and since it is a view of the nature of God, it is a theology, but it is not a philosophical way of understanding. What's that? It wasn't philosophical? Would you explain what you mean? The Abrahamic religions are a class of belief. Wow. So, Spinoza says that religion was necessary for people who are not going to move from belief-based thinking, which is the cause of human problems, racist beliefs, sexist beliefs, supernatural beliefs that we have to blow up the world so Jesus comes back. People who were not going to move from belief to reason, they should have religion. So it's not belief-based thinking or religious thinking that's the problem. It's people who misuse religious-based or belief-based thinking. Is that fair? If the cause of human problems is belief-based thinking, and the purpose of everyone is to move from belief to understanding, can you ever be a good person if you follow religion or beliefs? By the way, if you were a mechanic or an apprentice mechanic and you wanted to learn how to be a mechanic, and your teacher said, hey, you asked the teacher, why does the gasket go on the carburetor? And he said, just believe me. Would that master mechanic be actually caring about your well-being? By preventing understanding and seeing for yourself and saying, hey, just believe me? If you're doing math and you said, hey, how does that equation, how did you get the answer? And your teacher said, oh, just believe me, bro. Do you think that teacher cares about you? Or is he trying to cripple your development? The fact is that it's the fact that most people will never gauge infilodianoia. Don't give up so soon. We have hundreds of thousands of viewers from Asmongold and Hassan Piker heading our way as soon as we send enough emails to Joe Twitch about how good this channel is. They don't want to use their lifetime in the pursuit of truth. By the way, do believers believe they know the truth? Have you ever seen a religious person confidently saying he knows what people should be doing? Maybe knocking door to door? Do they use it to pass on their teaching to their children? If that's the case, they still think they are a knower. They still think they are a master mechanic. Only they're lying. They believe they're justified in expressing their false, harmful beliefs that are not based on understanding. You seem to be quick to let people off the hook for what everybody is here to do. Racist, but you think people should become racist because they don't want to spend their lifetime pursuing the truth of whether or not black people should be murdered? Or do we all have an obligation to remove our false beliefs and learn to think for ourselves? Could that be why we're all here? You have no choice but to trust certain people. What? So who told you that? Who are you believing that said you have no choice but to believe? Not Socrates, not this guy. Who was so convincing that said that you had to believe? Hey, why not believe me? I say you don't have to believe. I say, in fact, if you do not examine your false belief, you will inevitably play out the consequences of your unsuspected false belief in your life, making you not a tragic hero, because a tragic hero has a blind spot from a false belief that plays out in violence and injustice, causing his tragic demise. But at the end of the tragic hero, he realizes he should have reflected on what he ignored, what he gave up on. Jesus didn't. So Jesus' story is, it's not my fault. I couldn't have learnt. So that's the pathetic hero. Jesus' tale in Mark is the pathetic hero. If every human being has problems caused by the unsuspected beliefs from childhood, and therefore has an obligation to remove their injustice towards themselves and others by examining the teachers they are blindly loyal to, you still have a teacher. It's not that you don't think. Some human beings don't like thinking. No, we're always thinking. We're always doing dialectic. We always carry a definition of ourselves that we see through and act through. We're always defining ourselves and reality, demonstrating it in our functioning, our states of mind, our behavior, dividing it up in all our relationships, coming to a conclusion at the end of our experiences, justifying that first definition. The difference is, do you want to do it well by taking back your own thinking, or do you want to be a slave to the ignorance of jerks who want to tell you you can't believe because they want to oppress you? The Donald Trumps, the MAGAs, the priests, the popes, the imams, all of which manipulate believers to exploit them. Why? Because exploitation itself is keeping people in belief. Anyone who says you are too fucking stupid to believe, to understand, just believe, you can't understand, you can't solve your problems, just be a good racist, a good Catholic, a good Protestant, and do what you're told and then die without fulfilling your purpose is a tyrant. By definition, if belief causes problems and understanding solves problems, every human being has to develop understanding. If understanding has to be applied to your highest experiences, otherwise you'll be like Jesus, have a high experience, and then use it to justify your harmful beliefs, then everyone has an obligation to not just develop understanding to remove their beliefs, but to develop understanding to make sense of their power, their high points. Otherwise, you'll have people like Trump and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Peter Thiel and Netanyahu and Hitler and you name it, the list goes on, perpetually inflicting suffering, injustice, and irrationality on the world. Why? Because rationality brings order to the disorder. That's understanding. You are still a walking dialectic whether you like it or not. The difference is whether you want to be a walking dialectic of harm because the fundamental beliefs you get from childhood are wrong necessarily by definition, so your whole life becomes a playing out of injustice towards yourself and others whether you like it or not. Or you can be a walking dialectic of truth and goodness and light in the world. Therefore, human beings who do not question their beliefs are the absolute fucking worst animals in the universe. Cows don't treat people the way we treat people. Dogs don't treat people the way we treat people. Human beings are the worst. But if we realize it's our obligation, our responsibility, true morality is to recognize every sentient being who has developed language and the ability to self-reflect has an obligation to go back and challenge the teachers you are blindly obeying unquestioningly, because they were all wrong. Because no teacher, number one, can put into words the entirety of reality and self, but secondly, anyone insisting you just believe me, bro, is fucking with you. It's injustice. Any mechanic saying just believe me, bro, isn't helping an apprentice become a master. Any math teacher saying just believe me, bro, isn't helping you. Any priest, imam, rabbi, cult leader, MAGA leader, Zionist leader who says just believe me, bro, is literally unjust, because our purpose as sentient beings who've evolved into language and self-reflection is to move from belief to understanding. To say some people don't want to do it is to cut off the meaning of their existence. Therefore, we say the movement from the cognitive functioning that causes problems, belief, into understanding is the meaning of life. Not just my life or your life or Socrates' life, every sentient being. It's a principle. Easy task to know who and to trust, including yourself, and a real question on how to sort between what you can trust and what you can't. Well, why trust? Why trust anyone? Why not understand? Why not see the logical necessity and beauty of the stages in principles leading to conclusions for yourself? Like if you're a mechanic, why not understand why the gasket goes on the carburetor? Why trust someone? And is your soul more important than a car engine? Blindly following definitions given by discourses flowing in the social sphere seem ill-advised. Yeah. Keyword blind. Why blind people from their own mind? If our purpose here is to develop understanding, and it culminates in the highest vision of yourself. Know yourself. That's what we're here for. Knowing yourself as mind knowing itself in divine luminosity. But as we saw in Jesus, after that luminosity experience, you better be challenging every fucking belief you've gotten from childhood. Otherwise, your divine luminosity is going to play out in the ignorance and harm that Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Trump and Putin, all these people with some power, play out their ignorance and harm from their earliest teachers. Their parents that we refuse to examine and take the blame for instead. So what's at the root of our saying, some people just don't want to think? Fear of mind. No. Children aren't born thinking, oh, I shouldn't think, or my mind is broken, or myself is inadequate. They're taught that. They're taught it. Or rather, they learn it. Teaching requires being able to ask questions. But in the Pathologos origin scenes, you're not allowed to ask questions. No questioning. My house, my rules. Always. Everyone. So we take the blame. Well, either my mummy and daddy are wrong, but that can be too traumatic for a 4-year-old to realize, or there's something fundamentally wrong with my highest self goal to move from belief to understanding, to know myself, my mind, my ability to know myself and know the nature of the divine, the kingdom of God in Jesus' words, or my own reasoning. I have to just blindly believe, be a peasant. The fact that we think that some people can't know themselves, can't experience intelligence and divine luminosity, or can't understand, tells us we got work to do, because none of those things are true, but they are all principles or fundamental aspects of the Pathologos. and they're all used to justify oppression, violence, and subjugation. Hey, the Palestinians can't know the self because their self is bad. Their mind is bad. They can't reason. They are animals and savages. So let's take all their resources and murder their children. Oh, the immigrants, they're not the same self as us white people. They're not the same mind as God. They are not the same ability to understand. They are barbarians and criminals and nasty, naughty people. So the simple idea that it's common, I might sound like I'm going at you, but I'm not. It is. I understand that people justify the existence of religion because some people are just too stupid. No. The fact that we think that some people have a less adequate self, a less capable mind, and can't share an understanding is evidence that we still have work to do, because this is the fundamental precepts of the pathologos, the cause of human problems. When the truth is, we are all one self, it is all the same oneness of mind, and we are all here specifically to develop dianoia, understanding, which solves these problems and perfects these excellences, making it the meaning of life. But another point is, yeah, you're right. We could tell people that, but because we are all moving from this to that, saying, hey, it's understanding is for everyone by definition, and anyone who, we know that for mechanics, we know it for architects, we know it for all of these people. Blind belief or believing other people not understanding is bad. You would never let a pilot or a surgeon or an architect function through belief and not understanding. But for some reason, our soul and our government get a free pass. Kings and clergy, for some reason, not everyone can bullshit. We all are supposed to understand and demand understanding. Sure, you could say, well, okay, that might be true, but there are some people who can run faster than others. Not everyone can run as fast as Usain Bolt. That's true. I'm with you on that. So we need to find the best people who are the fastest runners, who can be the leaders, who have a firmer knowledge of self, who have who can more the best of us in enduring the divine light of pure being, from which is intelligence, from which understanding and intelligent functioning derives, and has a better grasp of the dialectic and dianoia to be our leaders. Like we have to find, like in basketball, a lot of people follow college sports with such precision. They know exactly who's the best three-point shooter. They know who's exactly the best rebounder. They know who's exactly the best playmaker. So that as soon as they leave high school, they've got it all mapped up. The dumbest people you can think of can understand, which with such precision, sport. Meaning we can all play. The difference is, what's more important than basketball? Our soul, our species, the meaning of life. Therefore, get these people to apply their same passion, love of understanding that they have for basketball or sports betting or fantasy football league or League of Legends to what's meaningful, so that we can pick the best people to lead us. And a good leader will never ever say, give up. Accept belief. Accept your problems. Accept your suffering. Accept terrible relationships, because what causes bad relationships? Belief. Pathologos. Accept injustice. Why do people act cruelly towards each other? Belief. Pathologos. Why do people pass on the same ignorance from their parents, from their parents, from their parents, from their parents to their children? Belief. What causes us to be chained to our suffering and problems and imprisoned in the cycle of reincarnation? Belief. Therefore, those best 3-point shooters, or the most evolved human beings among us, would never ever say give up. Would never ever say just believe a pope. Because we have two classes of people. We have the bastards, the fascists, the popes, the presidents, the kings, who have been murdering and subjugating women forever, other races forever, and the entire population forever. We have the absolute worst. And then we have people like Socrates. And the thing that makes them different is these people who are the worst, the Trumps, say, just believe me, ignore your lying eyes and have belief. Never question your parents. In fact, I'm your parent now. So they're literally calling Trump daddy. Literally, that's what they're saying. They're so close to realizing the true nature of human problems, the pathologos. They all do that. Netanyahu says, hey, don't believe your lying eyes. In fact, I'm literally murdering reporters. So you can't think for yourself. Just believe me, I am the chosen person of the chosen people. Putin, the same. Kim Jong-il, I shot 36 under par today with 11 holes in one. Don't think about it, just believe me. They're all the same in that they say you can't understand. Not just the politicians, the economists. The economy is difficult. The Dow Jones, and look at all these graphs. They're lying. We can all understand finances. It's fucking simple. Who gets the money? That's it. That's it. You don't need to, by the way, supply and demand disproven. The invisible hand of the market disproven. It's beliefs. Legal system. Hey, you can't participate in the legal system, just believe us. While we unjustly apply the legal system to harm everyone, protect the property of the wealthy. Whether it's fascists justifying an unequal economic system, whether it's fascists justifying an unequal justice system, whether it's literal fascists justifying inequality in society, in wealth, they all say the same thing. You are incapable. You're a sinner, you need to believe me. You're a criminal, you need to believe the cops. You're a greedy person, you need to believe in capitalism. You need to be saved because there's something wrong and broken, you need to believe in oppression. It's all the same grift. And the only thing, the thing that distinguishes all of those people acting in the worst possible ways to everyone and the good people, the Socrates people, is Socrates says, do not believe me. In the Phaedo, he says, don't you dare believe me. Why? Because my arguments will seem to make sense when I say them. But if you believe me and you haven't understood the steps of the dialectic of this argument yourself to a conclusion and repeated it and practiced it every day and shared it with your friends over coffee, I'm out of coffee, so that you understand it, what's going to happen is when I'm gone, he said this in the Phaedo, his last day, when I'm gone, some jerk, some grifter, some right-wing con artist, some silver-tongued manipulator will come in and they'll give you the opposite argument in a way that sounds true because it's going to sound like your mum and dad. It's going to sound like your religious beliefs. They're going to appeal to the beliefs that you haven't questioned from childhood, and they're going to completely undo the true logos that me, Socrates, is sharing with you. Not only that, you're then going to think, holy shit, I believed in understanding. I followed Socrates because I believed him. Because I'm not Socrates, I have to believe someone. But now I have the other position. Not only do I now believe the wrong position, I don't trust the logos. I hate the logos. I was fucking conned by Socrates. And this hatred of the logos, Socrates says, is the worst defect of the soul. It is the thing you have to be on guard for the most. Parmenides, his teacher, said it to him when he was 19. Socrates said it in his last day on planet when he was 80-something. You have to be on guard for any hatred or fear of the logos. It's the absolute worst condition of the soul, absolute worst functioning of man. Therefore, never, ever believe me, because that will happen. And that's what makes him a good person. That's why Socrates can say, literally, I've finished my job. Not only have I addressed my fear of logos, fear of understanding, pathologos, not only have I developed the actual logos, the dialectic, I've healed myself. I've escaped my chains of suffering and repeated human problems. I have also escaped the prison of reincarnation. And he said, if you are a philosopher, if you are a good man, you will race as fast as you can to meet me where I'm going to be next. So, sacrifice a cock to the god of healing. In other words, heal yourself by removing any fear of logos or understanding, any justification that you can't understand or anyone can't understand. That is the worst condition of man. And do not, for God's sake, believe. That's the difference. That's the difference between dialectic and debate. Debate is, how can I manipulate language to justify my beliefs? That's modern philosophy. That's modern politics. That's modern spirituality and religion. Belief. Whether it be the apocalyptic Abrahamic religions that are full in force today, or even Eastern religions, they don't have a logos. I mean, you could say that there is a Korean Buddhist tradition that has something close to the logos in the 10 ox herding pictures, but they don't have the logos. It's all the same game. Never ever tell anyone they can't believe. Never ever tell yourself you can't believe. And never ever tolerate from any political, religious, or anyone in any authority or leadership position belief. Do not, if somebody says, it's my belief I'm a dentist, let me take this hammer and start hammering into your teeth. Do not trust that. Demand understanding from your dentist. Demand understanding from you. If some crazy crackhead said, well, I think I can be a mechanic today, so I'm so confident because I've had all of the meth. Don't let him fix your car. Or even if it really, really believes, he really, really believes it to be true. That's the difference between Jesus personifying the pathetic tragedy of his tale in Mark, of someone who hasn't removed beliefs, and Socrates, someone personifies someone who has gone through their work and says never, ever, ever believe. Now, There is a small caveat. When you are learning from your master mechanic, there is a transitory phase when you realize you don't know how to fix an engine. So you're not that crackhead saying, oh, I know everything about everything. No. Or the racist, or the religious fundamentalist, or the MAGA supporter, or the Netanyahu supporter, or the Zionist. They all think they know what they don't. That's pathologos, belief-based ignorance. But if you're open, stung, philosophical ignorance, you realize you don't know, but now you're open and curious, you're ready to gain knowledge, then you start by going to someone who's done the work, like Socrates. That's why we read the Balboa translations of Socrates, or Pierre Grimes. That's why we read this in the Midwifery book. Someone who's finished their work. They're already a master mechanic. They can show an understanding. They can demonstrate it. So it's a justified trust, temporarily, only to collect the right opinions. That's the right opinion stage. Only so you can collect those right opinions and organize them within a hierarchical structure to understand and see for yourself. So there is that right opinion stage that might appear similar to belief. Rationalizing everything is impossible. No, we've gone through that. Oh yeah, but there's another side. Everything. Okay, if you're saying understand everything, no, of course you can't understand everything. Like I have justified trust of my mechanic only because I recognize that he understands. So we can call that simple belief. Let's go through this. Let's go through the classes of belief. This is chapter 3 of the Midwifery book. Classes of belief. There are 6. The first one is the best. It's called axiom, which are self-evident. Principles. Like principles. For example, if A equals B and C equals B, therefore A equals C. Congruency. You can't prove that, but it just kind of makes sense. This applies to the physical world, or what we're saying now, the natural world of nature, and the intelligible realm. Because in philosophy, we can actually examine this and justify it, but you can't use it. You can't prove this in the physical world, but you need this to do geometry. You need this to do basic mathematical equations. If 3 plus 3 equals 6 and 2 times 3 equals 6, therefore 3 plus 3 equals 2 times 3. That's basic math. You can't prove that, but you need to accept it as an axiomatic principle just to begin the game. Just like in philosophy, you have to accept as an axiomatic principle that problems are solvable. We live in an understandable or intelligible realm. That the more The more we rationally order ourselves, the better off we're going to be, rather than somebody who is irrational or disordered. Damn it. Rational order. Right. We live in an intelligible cosmos. We are benefited by becoming more rational and more ordered. That can be expressed through the highest principles expressed in human relationships, or love and understanding together. That can develop into a joining or a union with the most splendid way of being, which is also the source of us, of reality, of intelligibility. The return to the source in the most splendid way of being, which itself mirrors the presence of the self. You have to take that axiomatically to begin. Otherwise, how can you start solving problems if you aren't open to the fact problems can be solved? Why go through this state of being more rational if you don't accept that more rational and more ordered is better than more irrational and disorder? Axiomatic. So that's the first one. That applies to the natural world, but also the intelligible world. So that's kind of our bridge. So people who realize that there are these, like people can spend their life getting really, really good at math, and they can even master math. But then hopefully you or I might ask them a question. Hey, those axioms you took for granted, ever wondered where they came from? Or someone who gets really good at physics, all the physical world, physical. Hey, by the way, when you decided to study physics, was that a physical decision? Was it your bones and your muscles that decided that it was good to study physics? Oh, your mind thought it would be good? What's the mind? What's goodness? That was a fundamental cause for you even mastering the physics. That's the movement from the love of learning, philomathesis. And you can remember that because philos just means love. And I remember it because if you love learning, you might do a thesis on your math homework. Philo, math, thesis. That means love of learning in the Greek. That question for, hey, you want to start examining those principles or causes? That's the movement from philomathesis to philosophy, because philosophy is studying the realm of being where the principles are, where it's the highest reach of our mind. So anyone who says you can't know the mind of God is lying, because that is mind. Anyone who says you have to wait till you die to get to the kingdom of heaven, like Paul, is lying. Also, the more we can sustain, endure the experience of the brilliant light of being. So our understanding of philosophy is our preparation to experience it. That's the movement from dianoia or understanding into knowledge or wisdom or nous. We actually go to it. We actually have that experience like Jesus had. We talked about that. Like Socrates had. Like Achilles had. That's our own mind. So anyone who says you can't is lying or is just stupid. Blindly believing their teachers. Hey, How can you say you can't know knowledge? Isn't that a statement of knowledge? But didn't you just say you can't know anything and you have to believe? Then how can you say that you have to believe or you can't know if there's no knowledge? Isn't that a statement of knowledge? It's self-contradictory. But also you have to ignore all the people that say you can know and they're the best people. So that's axioms. That's a kind of class of belief applying to the natural and the intelligible realm. That's self-evident. You can't prove it in the physical world. The next class of belief is scientific. Scientific belief, which is about the physical world or the natural world, but it is supported with, or it has sufficient evidence and reason. So physics and stuff like that. You want to be a mechanic? You do this. You want to learn how to fly a plane? You do this. You want to study physics or chemistry? It's this. Sufficient evidence and reason of the natural world. You know, it's why we go to school. It's why we pay money to go to school. We shouldn't pay money to go to school. That's another issue, but there you go. It's the second class of belief. Third, there are 6, is simple. Now, I think that's the one you might be talking about. So I might have been too hasty to go off on a big spiel, but because I think you might be talking about simple belief, which is the ones like, hey, I'm not interested in cars. I don't have time to figure out why my car needs petrol. Actually, is it sufficient? Let me pull up the text. I think I might have got the word wrong. It's chapter 3 of the midwifery book. Let me pull it up real quick. Yeah, no, I'm right. Insufficient. So, I don't have sufficient evidence and reason to know why my car needs petrol, but I don't care. Because it's not my soul, it's not the meaning of life, it's not my unsuspected pathologos that I have a moral and ethical responsibility, as all human beings do, to examine and remove. It's just my dumb car. Gets me from A to B. Insufficient. Evidence and reason, again, about the natural world. So you might have been talking about that. But then we have where it starts going pear-shaped, supernatural, which can be even about the about the natural world, but also how the divine, about the natural. Oh, it's a terrible spelling. Let's zoom in a little bit. It's about our physical world, how we should live in the world, religious believers, and how the divine participates. God wants you to do this. God wants you to pay 10% of your income. God wants you to kill all the Palestinian babies. God wants you to kill all the philosophers. In 529 AD, when we shut down the academy and murdered the philosophers and began this bullshit. Divine participates. Became Pauline. So there can't be evidence. Can't be evidence. You can't prove Mary was a virgin. You gotta believe it anyway. Can't be evidence. Which is also called a absurd. The scientific term for that is an absurd. It's absurd to just make stuff up that can't have any evidence for it. Mary was a virgin. How can you prove that? Jesus was the Son of God that is going to come back and when we kill everyone. How can you prove that? That's stupid. You're a crazy person. Oh, not Jesus. There's a magic space monster that if I kill enough brown people, the space monster will come back and make everything happy again. If you said that, you'd be checked into a mental hospital. That's literally what Christians think because Paul was such a mental person. Absurd belief. The next verse is prejudice. There is yeah, still about the natural world, but there is sufficient evidence and reason to deny it. Racists, sexists, they are specifically denying the evidence and reason that show that women are less than men or brown people are worse or any of that shit you get from Joe Rogan's cult people that go on his podcast. Actually, the Africans have a smaller cranial capacity, so they have to be slaves, says Jordan Peterson, so the Bible was right. Prejudice. And of course, the absolute worst class of belief is the pathologos. This is the one we have the utmost responsibility. If you want morality, it's not religion. Morality would simply be to address your pathologos, which is about oneself and reality, from our past, generalized to all. Hey, that thing that happened to me when daddy did this to me, that's what happens. That's what everyone's like that person. So now I'm mad at everyone. And I expect if I show myself when I approach my most meaningful goals, I'm going to be crushed just like daddy crushed me. Generalized to all. And you are unable to relate to. This is why we have the quote.
It's a win-win. It's
No,
a
not that one.
win-win.
No.
Where's
this
the
one.
joy? Where's the...
No.
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
You can't reason people out of your pathologos. That's why the ultimate moral responsibility for everyone is to go through philosophical midwifery, because it's the cause of human problems and human injustice. Not only do you take this bullshit from your past and you generalize it to reality, you are unable to relate to evidence and reason that deny it. Ever seen those Jewish people justifying Palestinian genocide right now? The who's that guy, that crazy person, Ethan someone, and that guy Sex Pestany, Ben Shapiro, they're all the most savage, disgusting human beings when triggered in this way. because they grew up being told by their Jewish parents they're the chosen people. They need to kill the Palestinians because Jesus comes back and all that horse shit. And it's not just a belief, they identify with it. It's oneself. That's why you can't criticize it, you're anti-Semitic. Everyone has pathologos. It's the worst of the sixth class of beliefs. Therefore, I don't care who told you that you are unable to reason and understand, because that's a lie. You have to reason and understand about this. I don't care who told you people need to live below this line. Religion, supernatural beliefs. Can't believe Mary was a virgin, gotta believe it anyway. Prejudice. There's enough evidence and reason to show the world's not 5,000 years old. Why are you lying about it? There's enough evidence and reason to show women aren't less than men, you fucking religious nutjobs. Gotta believe it anyway. There's enough evidence and reason to say don't fucking take away reproductive rights of women, forcing them to give birth in a way that might fucking kill them, you sexist pigs. And hey, you are not a Jew. You are not a Catholic. That is not who you are. That's a belief. A belief is something you have. You are not your car. Not only are you not belief, you're specifically here to address the implications about yourself that would follow from that pathologos, which was why you were born into that family at that period of history, at that period of time, in that culture in the first place. You are here to address a false belief that prevented your spiritual development, that manifests as your pathologos. So anyone that says you can't move from belief to understanding is saying you have to stay below this line, which is the cause of all the fucking worst human behavior. And our specific job here isn't to make money, isn't to get famous, it's to specifically move from this horseshit belief-based thinking into understanding. So anyone who says we need religions are saying we need the absolute worst causes of the worst kind of injustice any fucking species can do to each other. And anyone who says you need to have it is terrible. Do not listen to them. They are sick. Anyone who says we can't have understanding is saying we need to keep this. Sexism, genocide, absurd beliefs, and blind loyalty that even though we say you're starving Palestinian children to death, we fucking deny it. Anyone who says we need belief or religion and because we can't understand is saying human beings can't go through the removal of the worst injustices that anyone can have. It's a lie. It's always been a lie. It always will be a lie that we need religion, beliefs, prejudice, or pathologos. Always. It's a principle. It's always a lie that you can't understand, that only the special people can understand, only the academics can understand. Philosophy is for everyone. It's not the meaning of life for some people. It's not the destiny for some people. It's human destiny. That's the whole channel. The reason I'm on Twitch and YouTube is to try and make this universal and accessible and fun. I've got Pikachu in the corner. I've got Bulbasaur over there. I've got this little guy. She's really cute. And I've got fun sound drops.
Hey, whoa. Who asked you? Okay, go ahead.
And this one.
Freaks. I'm cute. Like cutie pie.
That's Emma from the Majority Report. She is doing her best to help everyone make this movement. Everyone on my soundboard are the best people I've seen out there. The closest to philosophy. The people who are doing their best to overcome the genocides, the savagery, the ignorance caused by people saying, we need religion, we need belief. Some people can believe, some people can understand, but it's not for everyone. Fuck off. It is for everyone. Literally, that's what it means to be a human being. Our purpose, our nature is between this, the worst a human, any species can be, and philosophy, which is understanding. It's the meaning of life. That's why I've had this channel. That's why it's fun. That's why I never yell and get carried away like I'm doing right now. No, absolutely fucking not. Everyone is here, has a moral responsibility to learn understanding, because it's the only way you address this. The root cause of all human problems, all negative relationships, all injustice in the world, all genocide, all starving of people, all torturing of fucking human beings, you only remove it through the development of understanding, philosophical midwifery, to address this class of belief. Anyone who says you can't is lying to you. Anyone who says you shouldn't is lying to you. Anyone who says we should accept prejudices because, like the left wing did, which allowed Trump to get in office. Hey, any old beliefs is, hey, let's compromise with the fucking Nazis. Let's have a political party called Republicans that are openly prejudiced. No! You don't have some surgeons that care for their patients and some surgeons that are torturing patients to death. No surgeon gets to torture their patients to death. Why the fuck do we have a political party that is openly doing that? Why the fuck do we have capitalism that allows billionaires to do that? No! Fuck off with this belief-based shit. The left wing, or the rational and best human beings out there, the people on the soundboard, these people.
No one seems to be learning or...
This guy had to admit that
I find that very entertaining.
Freaks. Too stupid to understand and
I don't want to eat a monkey.
Except for Joe Rogan. He's just there because he doesn't want to eat a monkey. These are the people we must demand take over those leadership position and instill this fundamental precept that every human being has a responsibility to move from the cause of suffering, pathologos, ourselves, our relationships, and our whole species, through understanding, to cross this line here. They have a responsibility to establish this as a principle. It's not just my belief or Socrates' beliefs. It's not even belief. Belief is these. Understanding is better. Understanding can be used to understand beliefs. You can't have Nazis and Jews. You will always have conflict because they're beliefs. Everyone can understand. Not only that, you can understand Nazism, you can understand Judaism, you can understand Catholicism, you can understand every class of belief or even thinking or even spiritual development. That's what we're here for. The people who can do it best, we must demand they rule. They won't want to because they're not these fucking fascists. Because they know that they don't know the answer. But that's what we want. And they need to establish this as a principle. The old democratic left wing, or anything goes, or just vote. Just vote for where you make the incision in a surgery. Right? Just let billionaires just accumulate everything so we can't afford food and fucking places to live. Because who's to say what's right and wrong? Don't be impolite. Fuck off. Be impolite. To these cunts, look at them. Sorry, getting carried away. I can say that sometimes. Yes. Stop fucking murdering people. Stop kicking us out into the street. Stop starving us to death. You fucking cunts. Reflect on your beliefs, develop understanding, and never, ever, ever say some people can't do it. Some people have to believe. Some people have to be slaves. Some people have to suffer. Some people have to inflict injustice on the world. Some people have to have shit relationships, not based on understanding. Some people are born here for no fucking reason. If you're here to move from belief to understanding. That's why it's the fucking meaning of life. Meaning of life means it's the meaning of life. Life, all life. It's not an opinion. It's not a racist belief. It's something you can yourself understand. Whoops. And that understanding is itself a gateway, a stepping stone to knowledge or wisdom. The Greek words are important. This is dianoia. This is nous. And as we saw in the Jesus story, not only does every single person have their moral responsibility to learn understanding, apply it to remove their beliefs, and don't be a cunt like Paul or a racist or a sexist or a genocidal freak who can't learn and reason, who kills journalists and bombs hospitals, or all four of them taking away pediatric care, taking away Meals on Wheels, taking away children's lunches, taking away universal health care. No one has a right to stay there. No one has a right to the worst fucking beliefs. No one has a right to religion or sexism or prejudice or pathologos. It's not a fucking right. We have a response. We get one. We start here. Yes, we start here. We all get this. It's not a blame game or a shame game. But don't give up. Never give up. That's a loser mentality for losers. It shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be allowed to give up. Oh yeah, let's just let some children be starved. No children get fucking starved to death. You crazy freak. Never accept belief. Never give up on understanding. That's why Socrates says giving up on understanding, fearing or hating the logos, is the worst defect you can have. It's the thing that both gods and men fear the most. And the virtue of courage is defined in Book 3 of the Republic. It's holding on to that understanding or even opinion until you see it in everything. The worst, because what the class of belief that is unable to relate to evidence and reason, that's the pathologos. If you say there's belief has to be accepted, or understanding is bad, or mind or divine luminosity is not achievable, or it can't be rationally understood, or yourself is inadequate, not good enough, less meaningful, women's selves are less important than men's selves, black selves are less important than white selves, immigrant selves are illegals and have no rights opposed to national selves. That's pathologos. Anyone who says you need belief and you can't have understanding, direct experience of divinity, or know the self is the nature of pathologos. Therefore, we must never ever give up. If our moral responsibility is to address the cause of our injustice and suffering, then you can only fully surface your pathologos if you are seeking these very three things. You have to be seeking understanding. You have to be seeking the highest reach of your mind, divine luminosity, as Jesus and Socrates did. Paul said only Jesus. Fuck off, Paul. Jesus didn't say only Jesus. Jesus says everyone. And as Mark says, through understanding, reach this. And what Socrates says, not only that, once you do reach that through understanding, not belief, that's Paul, the murderous son of a bitch. You have to apply your understanding to that to realize the divine luminosity experience of pure intelligence is rational. And only then can you go on to reach your full destiny, the purpose of everyone, the self. Every self is important. Everyone matters. Everyone is for this. No one gets to say some people can't play. It's the quest of man. No one gets to say people have to accept beliefs or we have to as a species accept beliefs, especially absurd supernatural beliefs, terrible prejudiced beliefs, and the most dangerous, the worst thing you can carry in your soul, as said by Socrates, the pathologos. No one gets to say that. It's not true. It's not just. And courage is to everything I just said. Keep that. That's courage. Courage is to hold on in all of the ups and downs in life, in all of your desires and your fears, in all of your pleasure and pains. Hold on to this understanding that the absolute worst thing is to have a pathologos and not to address it through the movement of belief-based thinking to understanding. That's the worst thing. That's why Trump is in office. We don't have a paradigm of understanding. Anything goes. Don't challenge, just be polite little bitches and say, oh, all fascist beliefs are, well, right wing is good sometimes. Some people are dumb and get to be sexist. No one gets to be fucking sexist. But I've got a right to be sexist if I want to. You don't have a right to. You will be. Everyone gets problems. It's not a blame or shame game, but everyone is specifically here to address their false beliefs, address their supernatural prejudice, and especially pathologos beliefs. And in doing so, you learn. Understanding is learning. Understanding how to fix an engine is learning to be a mechanic. Understanding how to ride a bike is learning. Why the fuck would you give up in learning? Especially when it comes to the meaning of life. Especially when it comes to you. Why do you think you're here? Where do you think you came from? Where do you think you're going next? If we're here to learn, it's not learning how to ride a bike. It's not learning how to manipulate people to extract fucking profit from them while destroying their lives and the planet, as the right-wingers and the conservatives and the clergy and the kings have been fucking telling us for generations. That's not what we're here to learn. What we're here to learn is learning itself. The movement from belief to understanding, applied to understanding itself, to awaken your highest intelligence. You have nous, you have ousia, everyone does. It's a sense you literally have. We are just here to awaken it. That's why it's called awakening philosophy. You've got one eye closed, but it's yours. And not only that, apply that understanding to the awakening of your sense called ousia, so you can recognize and know the self. If you don't know the self, how can you say yourself is incapable of understanding? If you don't yet know the self, because that's the end goal, the telos, how can you say some people's selves can't know the selves? It's just ignorance. Which isn't a blame game, it's just evidence that you are under this line when it comes to these things. But newsflash, we all are. if we all get a pathologos, the pathologos specifically functions to block the logos, to block understanding, to say some people's selves not good enough, some people's minds not good enough, and definitely no understanding for you, no soup for you. That's the pathologos. It's unsuspected. We don't know we have it. We think we're right. We think it's obvious that some people have to have belief. Some people are less. Women can't have understanding. Obviously. Blacks can't have understanding. Immigrants can't have understanding. Isn't it obvious? That's the pathologos. It seems obvious. It seems self-evident. The pathologos is a reflection of axioms. We take the pathologos to be like an axiom, a self-evident proof, but it's not. It makes us unable to relate to evidence and reason. That's why this whole spiel I've just been on won't convince you. Or will only convince a small fraction of people, but not entirely. They will still have a counterattack. Yeah, it seems true when he said it, but I kind of still believe that, my racist uncle can't develop understanding, or people with autism can't understand, or those people in that Muslim country can't. I still kind of, yes, because
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
this wasn't reasoned into. It's imitation of an parental injustice. They felt justified in crushing this, in crushing your understanding, your mind, and yourself. They felt justified. That's why it's difficult to share the meaning of life, because I've got a right to be a believer. I've got a right to act like I know shit just because I believe Jesus. I've got a right to crush people different than me. It happened to me. I get to bully you. People think they're justified. That's the difficulty. Therefore, we have to make the case as clearly and as loudly and as often as we can that philosophical midwifery is for everyone. Philodianoia is for everyone. It's literally the meaning of life, and it's our moral obligation. And if we don't do it, not only do we continue to starve to death Palestinians, not only do we continue to shove every Australian person onto the street because all the overseas billionaire bought all the fucking houses, not only do we starve to death because the billionaires who own the groceries want an extra fucking profit at the end of the day, even though they're ridiculously wealthy anyway. Not only do we all suffer, but our species ends. They seek Armageddon. They are still believing Paul. The same jackass who fed us this bullshit about Jesus being the Son of God, that you have to believe him and join his church and go through his sacraments, we still fucking believe it. So we need to read this book. And always challenge anyone who says you can't do it. You can do it. Don't give up. But that won't be convincing unless you see it for yourself through midwifery, because you didn't learn it through reason. You can't unlearn it through reason. You have to go back and challenge that first teacher. Therefore, philosophical midwifery, the moral obligation of everyone. Okay, should be good. So let me catch up. Let me catch up in the chat. I hope that answered your question. Or maybe probably didn't answer your question, but I hope it gave you something to wonder about and get curious about and maybe get stung about. Some people, yeah, you're right. Some people want to just enjoy their ignorance. That's right. I've got a right to be a racist. And if I want to be a billionaire so I can make the people starve, I want to enjoy that. Yeah, you're right. People are like that. But again, we need to make this case clear. It's for everyone. And it's for everyone. It's literally what it means to be a rational. It's what it means to enter the human race. We are savages. Look at how we treat each other. We're fucking caveman savages. Why? Got the internet. Why do we still have Nazis? We got Uber Eats. Why are we starving children to death in Palestine? We have enough people who understand that billionaires shouldn't exist. Why do we have fucking Elon Musk and Bezos and all those jerks trying to kill everyone? Because they enjoy it? Yeah. So what? Because you enjoy it doesn't mean it's good. But again, they enjoy it because they haven't learnt how to question their earliest teachers, and they haven't learnt how to think through philosophy. Therefore, every school, dream analysis and midwifery before morning tea time, every parliament floor, definitely, broadcast on C-SPAN, and then the middle of the day, let's read some Plato. Let's learn how to understand. And then the end half of the day, I don't know, music, sport, gymnastics. That's what we could be doing. Taking us from barbarians into the human race. Underline that I did not say people not engage in rational process because they will be too stupid for that. That's because they're humans with a very limited perception and a short lifespan and a time-consuming ratio. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Time-consuming. Yeah, time-consuming. That's right. So, therefore, if the meaning of life, the value in all people, the reason we're here is to do this, then we have to establish a social system where we don't have to sacrifice our time for survival. We work harder than we ever have before. We have nothing. We can't afford our own houses or our own food. The billionaires get richer and richer and buy everything. And they, for some reason, look, we could work half a day a week if we shared the work and we used our resources and our technology rationally, renewably, sustainably, in a way that fucking is sharing. We don't have to work. We're over that now. So you're right, time consuming. We need to be spending our time doing this, not being fucking slaves to the worst assholes on the... I shouldn't say assholes. Assholes, again, serve an important function. The worst pathologos-ridden, ignorant people. We don't have to be slaves to them. We can... You're right. So time is an important thing. We need to factor that into our social policies. Really trust that your perception and rationality are enough to establish that true A truly equals B, and that we're, like you said, an intelligible cosmos. It's already a leap of faith, is it not? No, not faith. No, not faith. No. Faith is absurd beliefs. To a belief that can't be proven about the divine, as well as stuff that you can deny it and identify with it. No, it's not faith. No, it's self-evident axioms. You can't prove it in the natural world, but it is consistent with the natural world. In other words, 2 times 2, or what was it? 2 times 3 does equal 3 plus 3. It fits, it works. The principle behind it working, we examine in philosophy. So it's not a leap of faith. It's something you have to have rational trust in. Just like, hey, when you become an apprentice mechanic, you don't have a leap of faith to some crackhead who says, oh yeah, I know mechanics because Jesus told me in my sleep. No. You use reason and evidence to establish this person is worth trusting and as a mentor or teacher to begin, because he can demonstrate it. He can fix an engine. He has his own mechanic store. 2 plus 3, was it? 3 plus 3 does equal 3 times 3. But again, only as a way of creating the things to see if it can be rationally understood. And if it doesn't fit, if the right opinions you get from Socrates about the Logos, if the right opinions you get reading the Philosophical Midwifery book don't pan out in understanding and experience, then you throw it away. You say it's a rubbish book. I want my money back. But that movement to examining those axioms is the movement from learning scientific beliefs into philosophy. So wondering, how come things that are equal to the same thing are equal to each other? What? Trust your perception, right? You don't trust your perception. You don't. Like, we have mirages and stuff. We have magic eye paintings. Our perception isn't what we trust. It's our reasoning, understanding. Nous, mind. Not our perception. Our perception can lead us to seeing things like 2 equal sticks. Oh, those sticks are the same. And then someone go, hang on a second, they're what? They're the same, they're equal. Equal? Yeah, they're equal. Hang on a second. What do you mean by equal? What? Have you ever seen equal with your perceptions? Have you ever seen equal walking down the street? Hey, equal, how's it going today? Good, thanks, mate. Good weather we're having. Have a good one, equal. No, you never see physically equal. In fact, you don't actually see equal sticks. Look closely, they're not equal. So there are certain classes of perception that when we ousia, reflect upon, we can realize they are triggering a higher cognitive functioning called nous. They're reminding us of what our soul once experienced in the divine luminosity of pure being. Because all of those fundamental principles that you need for perception, hey, that's one stick. Where do you get the idea of one from? Oh, that's 2 sticks. These 2 parts are a whole. I'm going to call them 2. Part, whole? Where did you get that from? That's the question that awakens philosophy. Because equality, whole, and part, they are all aspects of being. So these are all beliefs. The thing about understanding and dianoia, that's a new class of cognition that refers specifically to being, or what Jesus calls the kingdom of heaven, or what we're calling in the text divine luminosity. The aspects of them are called the eidos. Now, one of the great betrayals of philosophy is to mistranslate the word eidos as form, which is Aristotelian materialist language, luminosity. Its aspects are the eidos, E-I-D-O-S, whole, part, beauty, goodness. So when we seek beauty through understanding in the ideal human relationships in the symposium, we're seeking the aspect of divine luminosity that is divine beauty, beauty itself. Hey, you seen a beautiful person before? Seen a beautiful painting? Where did you get that? Have you ever perceived the noun beauty, or have you only been reminded through adjectives? So our perception can remind us of what we're here to seek. Therefore, everything in the physical world that we can perceive through our senses serve the same purpose. They're all the same. Their purpose is to remind us of this: beauty, goodness, equality, whole, part, same, different, likeness, unlikeness, infinite, limit, all of these things. You've never seen them with your senses. You recognize them through your physical senses, That should be the awakening of philosophy. Awakening Philosophy, the name of the channel. Contradicting mood today. Oh no, they're good questions. They're good questions. Like, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't mistake my passion for anger. No, they're good questions. They're good because it's like, yeah, we all need to speak. Anyone who says, you know, those Jews killing those Palestinians, that's just their culture, man. Don't be anti-Semitic and judge beliefs because some people aren't smart enough for understanding like you and me. No, we need to passionately declare, fuck off, with the idea that we have to tolerate beliefs. No. Fuck off with the idea that any selves are less important. We are all the same self. You can understand and verify that for yourself. We are all the same consciousness. Again, understandable, open to everyone. Everyone is the same. Here is our equality and harmony in our planet. The purpose of the cosmos we read was to harmonize the extremes. And anyone who says you have to believe and not move from belief to understanding is saying, be a slave and keep your suffering and end our fucking species. So no way do we need beliefs. No way can we reject understanding. No way, no how. But yeah, passionately say that from the rooftops. Hey Sus, welcome. Sorry I took so long to catch up to your chat. Wow, so many. Oh, Pikachu's in there too. Thank you for your lovely... Who's that one? It's a new emoji. Hang on. Gohan going Super Saiyan level 2. He's my spirit animal. Super Saiyan level 2 Gohan is my spirit animal. When he defeated Cell. I related to him there. Wow, so many emojis. How are you today? But don't many people suffer from their pathologos? Yes, absolutely, you're right. We all do. We all get them. Racist beliefs from Trump don't make him suffer. Well, we can definitely say they make others suffer. Actually profited him with many votes. Yes, that's right, it did. Well, not his soul. He's still a miserable bastard. But yes, that's right. So one consequence of saying we should tolerate beliefs and not demand understanding from all people is, hey, these beliefs, especially those below this line, supernatural beliefs that are absurd, prejudice beliefs that are denied by evidence and reason, and pathologos belief that are denied, but we can't even relate to evidence and reason, and we identify with them. Yeah. The thing with those is you can get someone like Trump who manipulates them. His base are Christians, racists, and people identified with MAGA 4, 5, and 6. That's his base. He'll manipulate them to get them to work against their own interests. That's the thing of the pathologos. People says, well, don't I have a right to my own beliefs? That's the contradiction. No, you don't have a right to it. You have beliefs. It's not a right. What do you mean it's a right? Don't I have a right to get cancer? What? That's not within the class of things that we can establish as rights, because rights are good things. You have a right to speech, you have a right to education, you have a right to healthcare, you have a right to housing and food, and clean air and clean water. You have a right to equality within our society. You have a right to freedom from work because we don't need it anymore. These are the rights that we have. Don't I have a right to be enslaved and manipulated to be acting against my own best interests? That's not a right, buddy. It's a problem. It's a bug. So yes. If we do not embrace a new way of being, loving, understanding, those people can be manipulated to act against their own interest. That's smugger. Bought many votes, yes. Piece of shit, but he's very happy as he is. He's not happy. He would consider that idea of moral obligation as bullshit. Well, I don't think he would understand it. I think he would get frustrated halfway through the sentence because he is so identified with his pathologos, that simple, like the guy in the gym. I was at the gym a couple of days ago and there was this meathead there and he's like, and I was enjoying the music. He goes, don't play music. Like, what? Why? What? I can't believe you're asking me why. What are you doing talking to me in a conversation as equals? I can't believe this. I'm furious. Because he's never engaged in rational conversation before in his life because he's a meathead and a bully with bully parents from a meathead culture. No point in relating to that guy. That's Trump. That's why he shouldn't be given the keys. He is the most sick person. A rational society, we wouldn't say, let's find the sick. It's like an NBA. You wouldn't find the worst three-point shooter in American high school and give him $1 million contract for the Golden State Warriors. That doesn't make any sense. Just because he doesn't see it as valuable doesn't mean it's not valuable. It marks his level of ignorance. So, good people would take the keys, take the gun away from the baby who's hurting people, and give him the most care. That kind of person with that level of ignorance, inflicting that level of harm, speaks to an extreme illness, cancer of the soul we call pathologos. He needs the most care. But that's another thing. So that idea of, hey, telling people this doesn't mean they're going to accept it. Jesus' teachings was completely denied by Paul. Everything Paul says, the tenets of modern Christianity, is the opposite of what Jesus said. You're right. But what we are looking for in this book are, when we introduce new rational truth, like you're saying, telling Trump he's got a moral obligation to go through midwifery, all of the different ways people can react to that, from accepting it fully at the top to denying it completely and everything in between, that's the hierarchy we're looking for in this book. So you've hit the nail on the head. Not only is this truth, but how do humans respond to truth? Because, hey, if someone like Trump completely rejects it, that means the good people, like us, people who subscribe to my channel, can recognize, oh, you're here. So we need to create the ideal conditions for self-reflection through dialectic logos or understanding for your growth to the next stage. Just like if you're a football coach. Oh, you don't know how to kick a ball yet. Okay, now doesn't mean, therefore you'll never kick a ball in your life. Therefore you'll never play soccer in your life. No, that's just where you're at. Now we'll teach you how to kick a ball. Now we teach you how to trap a ball. Now we teach you how to pass a ball. Now we teach you how to shoot a ball. You're right. Yeah, people are going to be at the bottom. And those people are the reason why they happen to be the kings and clergy is because that's the only professions where you don't need to at least pretend you have understanding. You need to at least pretend you have understanding of philosophy to teach philosophy. You need to have an understanding how to fly a plane to fly a plane. You need understanding to build a house. No understanding needed to be a politician, just ignorant beliefs. No understanding needed to be a religious authority, just beliefs. Therefore, the absolute worst people in terms of their psychic evolutionary development, right down at the belief end, if this is completely accepting understanding, if this is understanding up here, and this is sad beliefs down here, our society offers as a job, as an occupation, politicians and clergy to the people who are the worst. So yes, the Trumps, the billionaires, the religious authorities, the Netanyahus and the Trumps, they are the ones who, in our backwards, irrational society, because we haven't yet woken up to the logos, that's the level of development. Our age is characterized by the fourth hypothesis, or belief-based thinking. This is our age. The next step is this. The Abrahamic religions especially, but religious-based thinking, cult-based thinking, MAGA-based thinking, that's our age. And the whole everything is relative to beliefs and perceptions bullshit that we get fed prevents our development to our next stage of evolution, understanding. Therefore, we give a job to the worst people. We say you can be Pope or King. But again, it's up to the good people out there who are doing better, who have more courage, more openness, more integrity, more of a love of reason and philosophy, to establish the paradigm of this development and the paradigm of reacting to this development, so we can help people through both. Through their development up the stages of cognition from belief to understanding, and their development from blindly loyal to beliefs to being more and more open and receptive to understanding, ultimately allowing them to understand the paradigm themselves and then function with it as a dialectician or a midwife. The goal of man. The highest art. The reason we're all here. Because you can't do this development of understanding in the realm of being. You need time and space for dianoia. Therefore, the art, love of dianoia, is not only the best thing we can do here, we're also most suited to doing it here. So the other reason why we can say it's the meaning of life is not only because it's the highest thing. It's like saying, what's a fillet knife for? For filleting things. Why? Because it's the tool best suited for that activity. Therefore, the purpose of a fillet knife is to fillet things. Thumbs up. If the place that any living being, any sentient being, is best suited to develop dianoia is life, or physical life, therefore we can conclude the purpose of our life is to develop dianoia. And if it's also the highest functioning or our excellence, that's another reason why we can say definitively it's the meaning of life. It's our highest functioning. It's a kind of functioning we can take with us into our higher development beyond the physical incarnation. That's another reason. And it's what we're best suited for, which is why at the start of the symposium, which we've just read, the Glaucon and Apollodorus is saying, hey, we're on a walk down from where we are up to Athens. And you know what this walk is best suited for? Talking and listening. So let's talk and listen as we discuss the true nature of love and logos. That's true for their journey up to Athens. That's true for everyone here on planet Earth, in any planet. We're best suited for that. Dialectic. Philodianoia. And anything that says otherwise is either ignorant or an expression of a pathologos. By definition. Oh, I'm close to the end of the chat. Thanks for being patient as I catch up with chat. Trump. Yes, but Trump might not ever see a reason to care about it. That's an important puzzle. Yes, absolutely. Oh, welcome. Thank you for following. We had a noise. We didn't have a picture. I'm going to have to fix that. Thanks for following along, random DC fan. Wee. So that's a good point. That could be a puzzle. That could be a question that you carry. To carry a question is to be on a quest. What sort of person can you be, or what sort of thing can we all do that could turn around even the soul of Donald Trump to realize that everything he thinks he knows and everyone else in his circle has been telling him he knows, he doesn't actually know, so he can make that first step from pathologos ignorance to philosophical ignorance, or being stung. So this idea of our purpose, the meaning of life being to master the excellence of humanity, is through love and logos. Love has to carry you up to seek higher excellence, to seek higher beauty. But again, we reach that through being guided through understanding. And when we reach the experience of beauty, we have to understand it and then go beyond, and so on and so on. But what we read in the text earlier was Socrates saying, hey, this progression of development that is mirrored in your own loving relationships, if you're lucky enough to come across a soul who's open and generous and loves understanding, and you're gentle and patient in your courtship of that person, and your courtship shows an understanding of that person, and your courtship makes clear that you are interested in maintaining and developing a relationship with them, and you make clear that you hope that the relationship be one where you can both reach a shared ideal, human excellence. Then, if you're lucky enough to find a soul like that, and your courtship is successful, and you can, control your urges to goon and use reason to guide how you relate to that person through logos, then that kind of loving relationship can itself be an embodiment and a journey together through that love of logos to the highest experience of beauty itself, which is then reflected on with understanding and logos to develop the goal, highest human excellence. And Socrates, that's earlier in this text. This book is really good. Have I told you this book's good? That whole thing, the journey, the human development is love and logos, which can be personified and carried out in the ideal loving relationship if you're fortunate in that way. He says that whole process itself mirrors or corresponds to each of those stages of beauty, has a corresponding stage of cognitive development. Now we've got pathologos ignorance down here, where you think you know what you don't and you're unwilling, you are literally unable to relate to evidence and reason that deny it.
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't themselves into.
Can't reason. Sorry, I went too crazy with my effects.
The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
Did it again. You can't reason people out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. The pathologos is through imitation from an early scene. That's why you need midwifery. So it's not this. That's the worst kind of ignorance. But if you are going through midwifery and you're able to let go of, or at least recognize for long enough to let go of, your pathologos ignorance, you can realize, holy shit, I don't know what myself is. I don't know what reality is. I don't know what the nature of beauty itself is. Good. So what do? I'm like a video game character. I don't know what the goal is. I don't even know what my character is. I'm completely in the middle of the ocean, stung by a stingray, unable to move. Stung. Open, curious, wondering, all at sea. That's a good state of cognition. And by the way, when we realize that these people shouldn't be ruling, and we say to the best people among us, please sacrifice some of your lifetime to be leaders in our new age, they will say, what? Not me. I don't know anything, because they're in this stage, which is actually a good stage. I don't know how we should run the world. Great. Because those assholes pretended they did. That automatically makes you more virtuous. You are a more virtuous person than all of the other people we've seen. Therefore, we have to make this case. Yes, I know you don't know, and I know you don't know, but that's what we need, because that is called being stung or philosophical ignorance. Then from there, we get into the symposium and we develop right opinions. Now, this is the tricky one. This was one we were struggling with earlier, because right opinions kind of sounds like belief because they're from someone else and beliefs are from other people, but it's a different class. It's from a master of the logos. We've got reason to believe it. It's just a stepping stone. But you need to be applying your understanding to something, so you find a master mechanic. You read the midwifery book, this book, and the symposium. And then understanding. Once you take those opinions and you organize them according to the dialectical structure, you see how and why they're true. You share that understanding with your friends. You talk about it over coffee. You reason people through these arguments if you find someone who's open to it. And if you've got a girlfriend like that, then you can do it every day, so you can move quickly, have a lot of fun, understanding, and then nous, or knowledge, or wisdom. So these stages of cognitive development, by the way, belief is down here. So our movement from belief to the full, by the way, above nous, more understanding, and then a mysterious state, true excellence. So we say this is about philodianoia, because dianoia is there, but is also beyond knowing. The dianoia, we could make the case, is beyond even wisdom. That's an interesting thing. So, but equally so in the symposium, following this relationship up to this is beauty itself. But then when you have this experience of divine luminosity or beauty itself, you then have to reflect on it and make sense of it. That's why understanding is here, above it. And it's from that you can develop into true excellence. This is significant because Mark's story of Jesus has Jesus having this experience here and then not applying understanding. Either because, as we saw in this story with the scribe, he hadn't yet developed sufficient understanding. So the scribe said, oh, by the way, Jesus, when you talk about loving God, you keep leaving out understanding. You realize understanding is the most important thing. Oh, yeah, you're right. Jesus said the scribe was right in Mark. So either Jesus hadn't developed enough understanding, or he hadn't gone through philosophical midwifery, because his approach, his way of making sense of his divine luminosity experience was to go all the way down. What color? This one. Pathologos, ignorance. Spell it properly. Ignore. Hence, this down here. His reaction was to go back into his Judaic religious upbringing, pathologos, and he identified with it. That's the pathologos. It's not just about reality. It's not just an axiom. It's one self. In other words, it's like an axiom that we identify with. That's why it's so dangerous to say, I am MAGA, I am Jewish, I am Catholic. It's a belief, buddy. It's not you. It's a cognitive function. It's not even a great cognitive function. It's quite a low cognitive function. You also have understanding. If you think this belief makes sense of the world, carry it as a hypothesis. But if it's not a hypothesis if you can't change your mind with new evidence and reason. In other words, don't ever identify with it. Identify with it. So without philosophical midwifery and without sufficient development of understanding, when Jesus had a divine luminosity experience, he went right back and identified with being the son of David. He identified with, therefore, playing out all of the steps in his religious prophecy, going in on a donkey and all that sort of stuff, so he could be the chosen one and be the king of Israel. And treason, challenge Pontius Pilate to be king. That's the pathologos. We can see it because we learn about it. Also, if there are stages of development beyond even divine luminosity or pure knowingness or wisdom, then you better not identify with this also. That can be a block. That's Taoism. Taoism has that yin-yang symbol. Because in a similar way, we don't say, hey, you're not Catholic, you're carrying Catholic beliefs. But that's not the you that carries them. You're not your car, you have a car. You're not your bank account, you have a bank account. You're not your Instagram followers, you have Instagram followers. You're not your Twitch followers, you have Twitch followers. Unless you're this channel, in which case you have all of the Twitch followers. Next week, when we send a letter to Jim Twitch and say how great this channel is, and we should have all of the followers. And we'll get all of Asmongold and Hassan Piker's followers, and we'll have a big conglomerate called Hasman Geica. Hassan Piker and Asmongold. That'll be stage 1 in the master plan. Send your emails to him. Joseph Twitch. He owns Twitch. So don't identify. So those are things you have. It's not you. Equally so, if there is a divine luminosity experience of the perfection or pure beauty, beauty itself, the noun, then who's having that experience? Therefore, don't even identify with that, which can be a danger. Because you recognize yourself. It's mind knowing itself. That's why it's knowingness. Oh, I can't believe I got wrapped up in all my earthly dramas. I can't believe. People often say I don't have a fear of death anymore because I know the immortal nature of my own consciousness. But again, who has the consciousness? Or not who. That's the wrong question. Who is one of those questions. What? It's that kind of reflection. What has the consciousness? What caused this? If this is an experience, is there something beyond experience? If this is a unity or a oneness, what is the one that must cause this? If experience has a big, I've already, all these sorts of questions. What are the principles or causes for that experience? That's understanding, allowing you to discover the self which is even beyond that. So, the question is, if these are the stages of development and someone like Trump is the most suck in their philosophical ignorance, one of the quests that our chatter is on is what can we do, which might be an expression of the highest kind of excellence, to create the conditions for even that person to turn himself around. How can we be a help to everyone anywhere, in any species, in any time, in any galaxy, in any dimension, even a Trumper? How can we help these people in the most caring way? Now, it's not polite. We're not pretending they're fucking shooting a hole in one, pretending Trump's golf accomplishments are real, all that bullshit. We're not joining the death cult with the MAGA and the Joe Rogan and all those people. No. We are acting in a kind way, that he can realize what he thought he knew isn't, so he can become stung. He can be open and curious. He can awaken to the first stage in human development. That's a good question. I hope you hold on to it. And I hope you seek it. And I hope you carry that with you as you continue to learn and grow. Because, hey, maybe you'll find yourself being able to reach certain blocks, but there might be some blocks that are quite high. And you'll have to ask you that question. When am I being like Trump? When is it so hard? How do I turn myself up? Look, I was willing to accept I didn't know about reality. I was willing to accept I didn't know about understanding, because I don't know about philosophy. Now I've found this channel and I'm very happy. Hooray. I'm willing to admit I don't know about philosophical midwifery in the classes of beliefs. And you can make development. But then when you come to realize something about yourself that is quite noble, quite high, that I can't accept. Not me. I'm just a small bean. Small bean. Maybe Socrates or Jesus or someone like that could have, but not me. But then you can be thinking, hang on a second, I've been carrying that question, how do I turn people around who are even the most blocked? Because maybe everything that you've been developing as a hypothesis, a possible likely answer, you can try out now to free yourself from this block to continue your development. Not only that, share it in the Discord, because likely there are going to be many people who face a similar thing, and you can share, this is what helped me, having this question about Trump from here, recognizing it myself, applying it, but then I faced counterattacks, and this is what helped. I talked to friends on the Discord, or I replayed one of these videos, or whatever it was. Share your successes as well. Share your insights, share your difficulties. That's part of being in the game, because it's not a solo quest. Philosophy isn't a one-person game.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
So, Big round of applause for the fantastic question and quest for our chatter. Six types of ideas from Socrates were interesting. Ooh, yes, weren't they? You should make a playlist with the shorter videos. You know what? I have been thinking about this too, because I'm looking down and we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. And I wonder, yeah, like if I did Instagram, maybe I could have a further reach. But then I don't really have time because, like, I'm trying to read these books and share these books and stuff, and there's a lot we got to get through. But I'm also a musician working on my career in that area as well. Got it. I've got it. This is great. You could start an Instagram account, because not only are you the one having these fantastic insights on how to make it shorter length to be more accessible, but you're closer to everyone else. I've been in the game for a while, so I might be less familiar with, you know, the big changes or how to express it to someone on both sides, because you've just had the insight. Oh, this is really valuable, and this can be really helpful in this or that way. You would be the best kind of person to make these sort of shorter length videos, sharing this information. It's not my information, it's the midwifery book, so it's yours just as much as it is anyone else's. So I think maybe, if you want to, that could be a fun activity for you. And you can share your posts on the Discord so we can all check them out whenever you make new posts. Because as I go on these long streams, you can be like, oh, that's a big one. Oh, people would love to hear that. Or that really affected me. I'm going to make a 30-second synopsis of that. Put some cool music in the background. I don't know I don't know what's trendy on Instagram right now. Cooking, dancing. You could do a twerk. You could do a twerk. I'm being silly. Or whatever, graphics or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I reckon you should do that. That'd be fantastic. Grab some tools from the Socrates Toolbox. There's your name of your Instagram channel, Socrates Toolbox. That's a good one. And you can talk about, these are the things that really jumped out at me, or this is what turned me around. So that could also help with your question, what can turn people around who are most ignorant or most unaware of midwifery and pathologos? And that can be the theme. I've got it. Okay, all right. I'm helping you out. I'm making it easy. You can call it Socrates Toolbox, and the description is wonderful insights that helped me turn around from what I was most unfamiliar with, or tools that can help you turn around from what you're most blocked from seeing. There's your description. The name of it's called Socrates Toolbox, and you can do Instagrams and TikToks and things. See? I've already done most of the work, so there you go. Because remember, it's for everyone. That's the channel. We all have ousia, the eye of the soul, that can apprehend our highest being. Awakening philosophy is nothing other than awakening your own sixth sense. To know yourself as pure being, or to say it in a way that was said brilliantly before by someone else, to engage in a to show the intelligibility of the cosmos and to join in an intelligible, rational order. Show the intelligibility of the cosmos and to organize ourselves in a rational order through the highest principles of human relations, awakening and joining with the most splendid way of being that itself mirrors the presence of the self. Thanks for redirecting the task to me. Oh, you're welcome. I did a lot of the work. I gave you the name and the synopsis. All you got to do is the videos. It would not be interesting, but I don't think I have a mastery of the subject that's deep enough to express it properly. Ah. See? Write that down. I don't think I have a deep enough mastery. Who else is going to do it? Wouldn't be uninteresting. But literally, who else can do it? Who else is following along with the channel? Who else is perfectly situated as a mean between me, someone who's been in the game for a very long time, and everyone else who's completely unaware? Can you name 3 people better suited for this activity? I bet you can't name one. However, that's just reason. It will still feel like you're not good enough, or there's someone better out there, or you're incapable. That's the whole point. In seeking for our highest functioning, we awaken the feelings that feel true. It wouldn't be a block if it didn't feel true. But that's gold. That's the main reason why we try and do the highest we can do. So we can have these things surface that feel absolutely true. And I don't care what Jed says, I know this to be true. That's a gold nugget. Write it down somewhere. Keep a journal of it. After you start noticing a few of them, after a while, you can look back through your notes and you'll start to notice key themes. Now you have awakened to this stage where you're ready for midwifery. You can't do midwifery. If midwifery is the obligation, the moral responsibility of everyone, you can't do it until you awaken enough material to reflect on. You've already got some gold nuggets. Write them down. And do it anyway. That's courage. Yeah, courage. You have to hold on to what's true of the logos when it doesn't feel true. Otherwise, you wouldn't need courage. You're going to feel like it's not for you, or you're not good enough for someone better out there. And I can say, well, actually, who else? Who else is a regular viewer of this channel? Who else is perfectly situated as someone new enough to know what's different, but can recognize things like how important the 6 classes of belief are? I believe you recognize that. That's reason, that's logos. So you are literally, rationally speaking, through evidence, the best suited for such an activity that you yourself came up with. I helped, I gave you some ideas for titles, but you don't have to take my ideas. You came up with it, you saw it, you're best situated, but it won't feel like it's true. That's the point. Write that down. That's a gold nugget. That's a gem. One day when you're going through midwifery, you'll be like, oh, that thing. Literally, write it word for word. Use the exact language you use. I don't think that I have a mastery of the subject that's deep enough to express it properly. Every word in that sentence is gold. Now, you don't know this. You have to have trust, right opinion. Not believing any old, like the fact that I've been doing this for 20 years, the fact that, you know, I've studied with Pierre and all that stuff. Got some certificates from the guy, a couple lying around somewhere. I'm not lying. The logos, the specific words we use illuminate the puzzle we're here to see. It's not a problem, it's a puzzle. Just like Sherlock Holmes. Every bit of evidence from the crime scene, he puts together into the solution. The pieces of evidence are the words. Write it down, word for word. And you're lucky, you've got it written on the screen. Keep it in a notebook. Eventually, as you keep doing this, as you start the channel, the first thing, picking a name. You'll get some things come up. All right, write them down. And then you'll have a name. And then you got to pick an image. Oh, okay, I've got to find an image. Either online or maybe AI generate one. Oh, that requires me to be creative. I'm not a creative guy. Oh, write that down too. And then you'll get an image. And now you've got an image, and that's the steps. Because the goals that we have, the idea is, in order to do midwifery, which is we're all here to do, there have to be steps that you can take towards a goal. So, name my account, get an icon, do a description, figure out how to use my phone, how to stand my phone up to record, pick a editing software, and probably a YouTube video that shows you how to do it, because I mean, you've seen the doofuses that are popular on Instagram. I mean, come on. So, but these are all stages. You will find blocks to the stages. This is what we're after. Surfacing these puzzles, these questions, are more important than the goal itself. I mean, this is still good. And then as you reach it, you can set a higher goal and you'll go further and further. But that's the game. Courage is holding on to this. Courage is doing it anyway. Failing anyway. You're supposed to fail. You're supposed to fail. You're supposed to get stuck and put yourself down. But you keep going anyway. That's courage. Needed to surface this to allow yourself access to the greatest thing that we're all here for. And you can do it with support from me and the channel and the Discord. It's fun. I have sound effects.
I don't want to eat a monkey.
Joe Rogan says he doesn't want to eat a monkey. I don't believe him. I think he wants to eat a monkey.
I don't want to eat a monkey. I don't want to eat a monkey. I want to eat a monkey. I want to eat a monkey. I don't want to eat a monkey.
When he's drunk, I think he wants to eat a monkey more.
I don't want to eat a monkey.
See, he wants to eat a monkey. But the significance of that is, once you go through it, the next person, as you develop the highest functioning of a soul, someone else will go through these stages, but you will be familiar with them. Oh yeah, I know what it's like. I remember when I was first had an insight on how I could share philosophy with the world. Small videos. I even had an insight of the content of the first one. I was even given a possible, well, you actually came up with the name, Socrates Toolbar. Effortlessly, I had the name, the content, and the idea. Even so, I know from personal experience what it took for me to keep going, to develop courage, to surface the pathologos. I didn't want to write down the notes sometimes. Oh, I'll remember it. No, write it down. Literally write it down. Word for word, if you can. So that the next person going through it, you'll be like, yeah, I know. I've been there. So you can become an ideal guide, teacher, or guru, and we can ask the question, hey, is this the ideal human excellence? Yeah, it's not normal. If it was normal and comfortable and familiar, it would be the pathologos. That's not excellence. It's going to be weird. And you're not going to think of yourself. That's the thing. At each stage, I can't think of myself as someone creative. I can't think of myself as someone able to do this. And I definitely can't think of myself functioning as a guru. That's the idea. I can't think of myself. The reason we have the blocks are every step of that journey, there is going to be an inconsistency with the self-image and the activity. In other words, if you believe I am the sort of person with nothing good to say, you are going to block yourself from the activity of applying for the manager job. That's just an example. I mean, I don't care about that, but that's just like, it's easy to say because they're incommensurate, they're incompatible. I don't think of myself able to do this. I don't think of myself as blah, 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 blah. Yes, that's the idea. Here's the thing. You don't know what the self is. That's the point. Any block is evidence of a self-image which can't be true because you haven't yet awakened the self. That's the goal. You are a self. It's immediate. It's personal. It's always right there. But that's what we're here to awaken. Or rather, it's always there. What we're doing is dropping the stuff in the way. Dropping the stuff in the way of seeing what is there to be seen. And I believe that was a quote we just read recently. Ignoring what one... No. Okay, I'm sure there's... Seen. To avoid what is obvious, no. No. I'm sure there was a quote. Seeing what is there to be seen. I mean, that's the whole theme, right, of the whole thing. What prevents us from seeing what is there to be seen? What caused Aristotle to misinterpret Socrates? What caused Paul to misinterpret Jesus? What prevents us from seeing what is there to be seen? Thus, you are not only understanding, but demonstrating in your experience what it takes to block what is preventing in the way of you seeing what is there to be seen. Once again, I'm making complicated formulations and getting lost in them. Good. Suspicious. Right, okay. I said name 3 people. And you've given 1. So, okay, sus is 1. Respect my elders, you know how to do it. Yeah. Oh. Respect my elders. See, that's the key. Can you see the word respect might be a rich mine for insight at a certain stage in your midwifery when you're close to unlocking a different higher seeing of yourself. Like, no, I'm just a small being. I have to respect my elders. How many elders? You know what? I hate elders. Boomers are the worst. Fuck elders. Truly, like the people who respond best to philosophy I've found are the younger people. But anyway, that's just reason. It would be silly for me to undermine what you just shared, because what you just said is brilliant. It's a brilliant reflection of the puzzle you are here to see. Write it down. Respect elders. Yeah, write it down. Sus has been summoned. And by the way, Sus will probably have their own insight. Yeah. So Reeve was just saying, I recognize one of the things that you said in your 4-hour stream, what was like really, really helpful for people who are new to philosophy to transition into something that's really important to see about philosophy. What Reeve was saying is, what would be really neat is if someone could make it like a 30-second Instagram clip or something. And he said, yeah, and you could even call it Socrates Toolbox. So he had this brilliant idea that he is best suited for as someone into philosophy, which is rare, but haven't been into it long enough, so he still knows what regular people are like. He had the idea of the first content, and he had the name of the channel. And I said, oh, great. If you think that's a meaningful activity, it will be exactly what you need to do, because it's only in pursuing your meaningful activities can you surface the blocks, the thoughts, the words, the feelings that say, I'm not good enough, I'm not the one to do it, I can't be that great. And that's the point. We need to surface this material that we can use in midwifery, because midwifery is the most important thing we can do, because it frees us to discover our higher self. And I said, hey, let me give you an example. I know it feels like you won't be able to do it, but let me give you some questions that shows that rationally you're the best suited for it, because that's why we need courage. Courage is, it doesn't feel true. It feels wrong. It feels like I'm not creative. It feels like I'm not good enough. It feels wrong. Because the pathologos is powerful. It's your feelings, your feeling state, your state of mind. That's the pathologos. But courage is doing it anyway. Courage is following the logos anyway. So that as he goes through these steps to his goal, he'll surface blocks. I'm not good enough. I have to respect my elders. Whatever it's going to be for him. And that's what he has to take notes about, because eventually he'll start to notice repeating themes. And once he started noticing repeating themes, he can enter into midwifery. And I said, let me give you an example. Who is best suited? Who is someone who is somewhere between someone like me who's been in the game for a very long time and the regular folk? Someone who is best suited to see awesome stuff in philosophy because they're a member of the channel, but haven't been in it long enough that they still know what regular people are like, so they can communicate it for the regular people. Like maybe I've lost touch because I've been in it for so long. I don't know what it's like to be right at the beginning. So he goes, oh no, I'm not best suited. Well, who is best suited? And I said, name 3 people who could be as well suited for that activity. And he could only give 1, and it was you. So therefore, any excuse will be evidence for his pathologos to surface. Because you and he are the only people who've been around long enough to recognize valuable insights into philosophy, but also you're new enough into the game that you know what regular people want, so you'll be able to communicate it to the regular people on Instagram Reels and TikToks that I can't do because I'm doing the long form videos. So we can work together when also you can develop towards higher goals surfacing the blocks, which is gold. Like, people would pay money for these insights. You don't have to pay money. All you got to do is take notes when you pursue these goals. And he could only give one other person, and I asked for 3, therefore he needs some courage. Because he can't give a good argument as to who else could do it other than him. It's him. But what's interesting as he goes through this, he is going to feel what it takes to have courage. He is going to feel and experience what it takes to set a goal. He is going to feel what it takes to actually get a notebook and write this stuff down. Which means when you have an insight sus, oh, this is how I can share philosophy, or this is how I can do midwifery, or this is how I can reach a meaningful goal of my own, me and Reeve will encourage you to do it, and you'll have the same reaction, oh no, I can't do it. But then Reeve and me will say, yes, you can, and we'll ask you questions to show you that you are well suited for it and you can do it, and anything that feels like you can't is the exact things you need to surface to get the clues in your notebook to start noticing themes that is the doorway to midwifery. So we are going to encourage Reeve, and then when he goes through it, he's going to be a fantastic guide or teacher to help you go through the same process you will go through. That's called being a mean between the extremes. Being a mean between the extremes of teacher is to student as the student is to other people. Or teacher is to student as that student can now be a teacher to others. Mean analogy. There's an extreme. Other people are completely ignorant from philosophy and midwifery. I have been in it for a while. You two are right here. So part of your learning is, what can you take here and share it there? You are the mean. And it's functioning as that mean. We can learn to harmonize the extremes. And what we just read is Socrates saying, hey, that's like a loving relationship. Because when you love someone, you're different, but it's in the act of loving through understanding, that you can bring the differences together. So you're learning how to love. By sharing what you're doing, you're learning a new kind of love through understanding. And Socrates says, hey, you know what that is? That is the mystery of love is not in loving sameness, for it is learning the meaning of difference that true loving is achieved. The dynamics of loving beautifully between the mortal and the immortal, between the extremes. That's how you learn the significance of differences. The mystery of the extremes. And Socrates says yes. And the idea of finding the harmony between the world of extremes, between where you're heading and where you started, between philosophy and the regular folk, between what you think you can't do and what you will end up doing. Going through that. As a teacher is to student, as you can teach others. Finding the harmony in a world of extremes is the very goal of our intelligible cosmos. Time to go door knocking. Have you heard about Socrates? Well, I don't know if that's the best idea. And maybe I liked Reeves' plan of doing an Instagram or a TikTok or something. But hey, maybe you can both do one. No reason why it only has to be one. And you can even have a twerk off. Is that what happens on TikTok? You do the twerking? Twerking for Socrates. I don't know. I think twerking's not in anymore. What's the new fad on the social medias? Anyway. So, as we encourage Reeve, so too will he turn around and be a mean and encourage Sus. And as we have been encouraging Reeve, it looks like Reeve in the chat is saying that he is turning around and encouraging Sus. I don't know if the encouragement is well directed to send her door to door, but he's in the right spirit. So we'll give him a clap for that. On that note, I'm going to take a quick break. I might even come back to keep reading because we are cooking here, but it's been 4 hours. What a long one today. I'm going to take a quick break and I might stream again very shortly. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for reflecting. I don't know whether you're going to take the challenge, but at least it's been fun talking about it. And thanks for being a mean and turning around and challenging Sus to go through the same process we are literally all here to go through. Not the easiest, but it's the most meaningful and it's the funnest game in town.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
The human quest. The true hero's journey.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you in the next one.